troops under attack in the Middle East. As a member of the Armed Services Committee, as a U.S. Marine Corps colonel, I know, we all know here in the Senate, America needs to have our best players, most combat-capable leaders on the field. And right now, that's not happening. It needs to change. Mr. President, I just want to begin by saying something very clear. You're going to hear this a lot. I'm as pro-life as they come. I strongly disagree with what Secretary Austin, President Biden have done with their politicization of the military on a whole host of fronts, including the abortion policy, which I think is illegal, violates the Hyde Amendment. And I've been working with many colleagues, but especially Senator Tuberville from Alabama, side by side for months, trying to get this reversed, trying to get compromises. At the same time, we've been telling the majority leader, do your job. Do your job. Bring up nominees so we can vote on them. Now, we've had to force him to do it. Tomorrow, we're going to be voting on the CNO of the Navy, member of the Joint Chiefs, the Chief of Staff of the Air Force, the Assistant Commandant of the Marine Corps. Not because the majority leader brought him up, because we forced him to. He needs to do his job. But I also firmly believe that one of our most core basic principles, certainly as Republicans, which I think in many ways distinguishes us from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, is our serious focus on national security, readiness, a strong military, and taking care of our troops and their families. We all know there are current holds on our military. I want the American people to know, right now, 376 promotions to 1, 2, 3, and 4-star generals and admirals are being held. It is estimated by the end of this year, 89% of all general officer positions in the United States military will be affected by the current holds from Senator Tuberville. Either our members have to be forced to retire, positions not filled, an acting capacity will be unable to retire. This is pretty much the entire officer corps. This is hugely disruptive to readiness, Mr. Chairman. Couple examples, 288 1- and 2-star generals being held. These are the men and women who run the military right now. We're going to talk about other places, the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, 3rd Marine Expeditionary Force. These are the war-fighting organizations of the Marine Corps, the 7th Fleet, which is our fighting naval force in the Taiwan Strait, 5th Fleet, fighting naval force in the Middle East. It goes on and on. NATO chairman, deputy chairman, 3-star job, empty. Deputy U.S. CENTCOM commander, empty. The head of the Navy nuclear program, the head of missile defense, all non-confirmed. We have a big challenge, Mr. President, right now. And let me be a bit more blunt on the issue of morale. The military has a huge readiness and retention problem. These holds are not helping. As I mentioned, I'm a senior colonel in the Marines. Many of the 1-star and 2-star who are being held right now are in my peer group. I've known these men and women for 30 years. There is growing bitterness within the ranks of our military driven by this fact, and I want people to understand this. The men and women in the military who've served our country so well for decades, probably the most combat experienced generation since World War II, have made huge sacrifices, multiple deployments, and now their careers are being punished over a policy dispute they had nothing to do with and no power to resolve. That's what's happening right now. And the idea that some of these officers are supposedly woke or desk jockeys, it's ridiculous. These are some of the most combat experienced generals and admirals we've ever had in our country. Finally, Mr. President, these holds also pose strategic risk to our force. What does that mean? We are starting to see military officers saying, admirals and generals, I'm getting out. Or they have to get out, if they're going to be timed out. We had a scandal in the U.S. Navy several years ago called the Fat Leonard scandal. It literally wiped out a generation of Navy officers who had Pacific experience. We do not want to be responsible for a Senate-inflicted hollowing out of our most experienced military officers, especially given how dangerous the world is right now. So I've mentioned this before. I've worked closely with Senator Tuberville for months, always defending his holds, always looking for compromise. The one we are working on now, lift the hold on the military officers who have nothing to do with this dispute and can't resolve it anyways, and put a hold on the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, who's in charge of this issue. Let's do that. That's a good compromise. But we haven't made progress, and the world's a dangerous place. So tonight, we're taking another approach. For months, Senator Tuberville has said if individual nominees are brought up for a vote, one at a time, he will be fine with that. On September 6th, he said, quote, "I'm not holding up nominations for being approved. They can bring them to the floor one at a time." Well, tonight that's exactly what we're going to do. Individual votes on individual nominees, just as Senator Tuberville has requested. We have dozens. I hope the senator from Alabama meant what he said on this issue, and he backs our troops, who are true warriors and, yes, heroes, who, along with their families, have dedicated their lives to this country, risked their lives for this country, and have nothing to do with this current policy dispute. Nothing at all. Last night on TV, Senator Tuberville said he was, quote, "all for the military, in particular, our military heroes." Well, Mr. President, you're going to hear a lot about military heroes tonight. And hopefully we're going to get a bunch of them confirmed one by one as we bring them up. I yield the floor to my colleague from Iowa.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. The world is on fire because of Joe Biden's failed leadership and ongoing weakness. Our enemies are on the march. Our service members are under attack by Iran-backed proxies, and our country is under greater threat than it has been in years. Innocent lives are on the line here at home and abroad. At home, the Biden DOD is waging a war on the unborn, a war that is immoral and unlawful. I'm a mother. I've carried a baby girl in my womb who is now a second lieutenant in the United States Army, and my baby girl is now carrying a baby of her own. And I am proudly, adamantly, and unabashedly pro-life. I always will be. That's why I've led the legislation to overturn this woke DOD policy and will not rest in this fight for life, especially as we work through this year's defense bill. Abroad, our friend and ally Israel is under assault by ruthless Iran-backed Hamas. Jewish babies have been murdered, burned in ovens, and some even stripped from their mothers' wombs. As a 23-year combat veteran and retired lieutenant colonel of our great United States Army, I firmly believe the Pentagon should be focused on protecting innocent life, not destroying it. Joe Biden and Secretary Austin are weak and woke. The architects of this immoral policy should be held accountable. Anyone trying to insert their radical agenda into the military has no place in the Pentagon. No senator should support any person or dollar that threatens the lethality of our warfighters. Catering to the far left does not win wars or keep Americans safe. Our service members have been failed by their commander-in-chief, and we must do right by them and the security and protection of our own nation. For over 9 months now, Chuck Schumer has used our military men and women as political pawns, refusing to allow the Senate to do its job of vetting and voting on military nominees. Only when Republicans forced the majority leader's hand did he finally relent and move on a few of those nominees. Tonight, we're once again standing up for valiant individuals who have answered the call to selfless service. Unlike in the past when promotions were quietly approved en bloc with no discussion, tonight we will be highlighting the distinguished careers of each and then putting their nomination before the Senate for confirmation individually by voice vote. And with that, Mr. President, I will yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from South Carolina.
Thank you. To my colleagues, thank you for your leadership here. Senator Tuberville, I hope we can find a way to get this behind us if possible. So my contribution to the debate is as follows. The bedrock of our democracy is that the military will be subordinate to civilian control. That has served our nation well, that no matter who's in uniform, they answer to civilian authorities and they're subordinate to the will of the civilian leadership elected and appointed. That has really helped our country be who we are today. One of the things that I can't understand is if you require our military to be subordinate to the people above them in the civilian world, why would you punish them for something they've got nothing to do with? All of these people, and if we need to call all 376, I'll be glad to do it. I'll get some rest this weekend and come back next week. I'm going to start with 2. All I'm asking is to allow Major General Laura Linderman to get promoted. Now, I'll make that request in a minute. Major General Linderman is a 2-star general. She got promoted to 3-star because her peers, the military promotion system, saw in her leadership qualities, and after I read her bio, I now know why she got promoted. But the job she's going into, she's going to be the Deputy Commander, Headquarters, Pacific Air Forces, Hawaii. She would be responsible for Air Force activities over half the globe. The command supports 46,000 airmen, serving principally in Japan, Korea, Hawaii, Alaska, and Guam. That's got a lot to do with the Indo-Pacific theater. She has 3,000 flight hours as a KC-135, KC-10, KC-46 pilot. In case you don't know what that means, she flies the air refueling tankers that our fighters and our bombers come up to stay in the fight. This is some of the hardest flying in the Air Force. You got to have your stuff together because refueling at night is no easy thing. I've actually seen it done. I'm an Air Force lawyer. They shouldn't let me near an airplane, and they didn't. But I can tell you this lady has proven herself time and time again, 3,000 hours, I'm sure most of it's combat, doing some of the hardest things any pilot can do in the Air Force, and she has got zero to do with what happened. I don't know what her beliefs are about the life issue. I'm pro-life too, but I don't want to start asking our military members litmus test questions. She deserves to be promoted. You're not going to change policy that she didn't make by denying her the ability to be promoted. We need this lady as a 3-star yesterday. to deal with the threats coming from China and that part of the world. She's a graduate of Duke University. She's had every major job I can think of in Transportation Command at Scott Air Force Base in Illinois, which I've been to several times. So I am asking tonight that she be allowed to be promoted, because she's had nothing to do with the policy we all object with. Holding her hostage doesn't help the pro-life cause, it hurts the military. And the most pro-life people I know of are the ones that are willing to die for us. She is willing to die for this country. She has proven herself time and time again. She needs to be promoted. Therefore, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination: Executive Calendar 189, Laura L. Linderman to Lieutenant General, Deputy Commander, Pacific Air Forces, that the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that it confirm the motion to reconsider be made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection? Senator from Alabama.
Reserving the right to object. Mr. President, I want to start by thanking my colleagues for their service in the armed forces of the greatest country ever. There is no institution in this world I honor more than the United States military. I am thankful to every veteran in this country. I also want to note that I respect my colleagues' strong pro-life voting record. The Republican Party has been the pro-life party for half a century. We ought to be proud that we stand for life. We stand for the most vulnerable of our society, the unborn. I know my colleagues here share that conviction. The disagreement we're having today is about tactics. So let me explain why I'm doing this, how we got here, and where we go from here. 9 months ago, the Pentagon announced that they would start using our taxpayer dollars to facilitate abortion. Let me say that one more time. 9 months ago, the Pentagon announced by memo that they would start using our taxpayer dollars to facilitate abortion. The Pentagon is now paying for travel and extra time off for service members and their dependents to get abortions. Congress never voted for this. We also never appropriated the money for this. There is no law that allows them to do this. In fact, there is a law that says they can't do this. One more time. There is a law that says they can't do this, created in this room. It's 10 U.S.C. Section 1093. It says the only time the Pentagon can spend taxpayer dollars on abortion is in cases of rape, incest, and threat to the health of the mom. So, this is a policy that is illegal and immoral. This is about life. And it's also about the rule of law. It's about our Constitution. It's about whether we make laws at the Pentagon or whether we follow the Constitution. This is also about the integrity of our military. The only thing in this world I honor more than our military is the Constitution. We all swore to uphold the Constitution. I also feel very strongly about the obligation to uphold it every day in this room. I cannot simply sit idly by while the Biden administration injects politics in our military, injects politics in our military from the White House and spends taxpayers' dollars on abortion. The only power that a senator in the minority has is to put a hold on a nomination. The only thing. I'm not the first person to do this. Holds on nominations happen all the time. holds on military nominations have happened many, 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 many times before. Typically, they don't last this long because the administration will work with a senator until the issue is resolved. But that has not happened this time. Zero negotiation. Abortion is the most important thing to the Democrats that they have, and they won't negotiate it. One more time. Abortion is the most important thing the Democrats have, and they will not negotiate. This has been going on for 9 months. Every day this continues is a day that Democrats think abortion is more important than the nomination and our military. I support many of these nominees, and I agree that these are very, very important jobs. But we could have been voting on these nominees the entire 9 months. The Senate has had more than 90 days off this year, not including weekends. Each nomination could take as little as 2 hours. In fact, tomorrow we'll be voting on 3 of the most important nominees that we forced the leader of the Senate to bring to the floor. The nominees at the very top ought to be voted on anyway. These jobs are too important not to receive the advice and consent of the Senate. I have to respectfully disagree with my colleagues about the effect of my hold on readiness. My hold is not affecting readiness. The Biden administration have been saying this for months, but nobody has an explanation. Nobody. The fact is, no jobs are going unfilled. Every job is being done. In fact, General Mark Milley said recently that our readiness is the best it has been in years. Time and again, generals and service members have assured me that they're ready to go. I believe them. So I'm going to keep my holds in place. If senators want to vote on these nominees one by one, I'm all in. I'm happy to do that. But I will keep my hold in place until the Pentagon follows the law or the Democrats change the law. This is about our Constitution. This is about the rule of law. That's what we're about in here. It's about the integrity of our military. It's about keeping politics out of the military. I did not put it in the military. Joe Biden and Secretary Austin put politics in the military. And it's about the right to life. These are some of the most important things in the world to me. And so, Mr. President, I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from South Carolina.
Yeah, I'll have another one. Let me respond to my colleague respectfully. We have courts. If you think they've done something illegal, go to court. That's how you handle these things. The Pentagon has issued a legal opinion I disagree with, saying this doesn't violate the Hyde Amendment. I disagree with it. Here's what's going to happen. You've just denied this lady a promotion. You did that. All of us are ready to promote her because she deserves to be promoted. She had nothing to do with this policy. Let me say it again. Everybody in this body could find an issue with any administration they don't agree with. And what we're going to do is open up Pandora's box. Today is abortion policy. If we take back the White House, we'll go back to the Mexico City policy, limiting dollars to be given to overseas entities that are engaged in the abortion business. Some pro-choice people don't like that. What would happen if they put a hold on all the officers because they don't agree with the Republican administration? There's a reason this has not been done this way for a couple hundred years. No matter where you believe it or not, Senator Tuberville, this is doing great damage to our military. I don't say that lightly. I've been trying to work with you for 9 months. Folks, if this keeps going, people are going to leave. Let me tell you how the system works. You have 18 months, I think, from the time you're promoted to pin on. And if you don't make that gate, your time and grade up or out rule kicks in. There's some people that are waiting to be promoted that if they don't get promoted soon, they're going to be out of the military. Now, how does that help anybody if they're qualified? There's not one senator in here that could not find a reason to object to an administration policy in the military. None of us. We could all find something. I just hope we don't do this routinely, because if this is the norm, who the hell wants to serve in the military when your promotion can be canned based on something you had nothing to do with? She had nothing to do with this. If you think it's illegal, go to court. We have courts in this country. So I've got one more. Rear Admiral Fred Kacher, K-A-C-H-E-R. Fred, sorry if I mispronounced your name. He's been promoted to 3-star. Okay, that's a pretty big deal. I made colonel, and as far as I could go, and that's probably a gift. What job does he have? He's going to be the commander of the 7th Fleet, Japan. Somebody's doing his job right now, but they're not a 3-star. We have a military promotion system to reward people who are good at what they do so they can have more responsibility. This officer had zero to do with the Pentagon's decision, which I don't like and you don't like. But he can't get promoted because of one of us. There's no end to this, folks. If this gets to be the norm, you're going to wreck the military promotion system. You're punishing people who are by law under the Constitution required to be subservient to civilian control. They have to follow civilian control. And you're punishing them for something they didn't do. Punish the civilians who made the policy. That's the way to do it. So I'm going to move that Rear Admiral Fred Kacher be immediately promoted to 3-star 7th Fleet Japan Commander. It's the largest forward-deployed fleet operating around China, Russia, and North Korea. Given the threats coming from that area, I think we need this guy like yesterday. He's a 1990 U.S. Naval graduate. He commanded guided missile destroyers. He's been like, this is amazing. You need to read about this guy. We want this guy. Coach, we need this guy. We're in a fight. We need the best people on the field. He's off the field for something he had nothing to do with. And if this gets to be normal, I'll end where I started. If this gets to be normal, God help the military, because every one of us could find some reason to object to policy. Let's just don't hold hostage the men and women who have to follow civilian control. Let's don't ruin the lives of all these people who have been serving our nation for decades. Their families can't enroll in school. Some of them are going to be knocked out of promotion because of time and grade problems. Their families struggling out there because they can't move to the next assignment. This doesn't help anybody. It doesn't help any cause. So I ask a unanimous consent that this promotion be taken up under the executive calendar. Get my script here. 189 at Rear Admiral Kagan, 7th Fleet Commander, that Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. That it confirmed the action motion to reconsider be made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The Senator will hold.
Oh. This is why I didn't get promoted. Executive calendar number 85.
Is there objection?
Frederick W. Kacher. Okay.
Senator from Alabama.
Object.
Objection is heard.
6 times. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator from Indiana.
I thank the President for the recognition. Let me begin with the obvious, because I think Senator Graham did a great job of laying out what's at stake. He offered multiple arguments for why these amazing patriots who've dedicated their professional lives to defending our safety, our security, our way of life should be promoted, and should be promoted this evening. But the different take is just to begin with the obvious. We are in the midst of the most complicated and therefore the most complex and perilous security environment that I've ever experienced in my adult lifetime, certainly. Israel, our closest friend, our ally, is at war. Ukrainian freedom fighters remain at war against our adversary, Russia. We have a porous southern border. Last month alone, we had 18 individuals apprehended who are members, just those who are apprehended, who are on the terrorist watch list. There are all sorts of concerns about what might happen in the Indo-Pacific amidst this environment. We need a fully staffed, fully competent, fully engaged, and focused security establishment. We need these individuals to be put in place to assume the jobs that they are prepared for. So the security environment is incredibly dangerous. That means Mr. Tuberville's constituents in Alabama, my constituents in Indiana, and Americans all across the country, all across the world, their safety and security is endangered amidst this perilous time. So that's unique, but what's also unique is the number of holds. My friend, and he is my friend. He is a genuine friend. I've got a lot of respect for this man, Senator Tuberville, to my right. But the number of holds is certainly extraordinary. I think he would concede that because he's also a smart colleague. The length of the holds is extraordinary as well. But the tactics here. This is something that Senator Sullivan, who showed great leadership on this issue, Senator Ernst, myself, and many other colleagues have questioned. I am fervently, I am passionately, I am unapologetically pro-life in conviction and in deed. My reputation is untarnished and it's unambiguous in that regard. So I have every interest in seeing that we assume a smart tactic, a smart game plan, if you will, and to hold responsible, effectively, 300 nominated patriots who ought to be pinning on a star or another star right now, hold them professionally responsible for this, and by extension to undermine the safety and security of the American people during this perilous time just doesn't make any sense to me. Instead, it makes more sense for us to hold accountable someone who the President has nominated to fill the policy position at the Pentagon who would actually oversee implementation and administration of this horrible policy. I've said that publicly. And to the extent Mr. Tuberville would remain open, to put it indelicately, to taking that hostage, I'd be open to that tactic. But because that's not the case, we have a disagreement here. It's going to have to be reconciled. I know Senator Tuberville wants to be a good teammate, a good pro-life teammate, and a good national security teammate. There's an opportunity here for him to agree to at least allow the following patriot to be confirmed this evening. Mr. President, I call to the floor Executive Calendar number 131, Vice Admiral Carl Thomas, United States Navy, to be Vice Admiral and Deputy Chief of Naval Operations for Information Warfare. Unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the executive session for the consideration of the following nomination: Executive Calendar number 131, Carl Thomas to be Vice Admiral and Deputy Chief of Naval Operations for Information Warfare, Office of the Chief of Naval Operations, Director of Naval Intelligence. That the Senate vote on the nomination of this esteemed individual with whom I visited when I was in Japan earlier this year. Without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Alabama.
I object.
The objection is heard. Senator from Utah.
Mr. President, I rise out of great concern for our military, for its readiness at a time of great peril, but also out of concern for the men and women who are being held up and whose careers and prospects and families and plans are being interrupted by virtue of the decision by, in this case, two people, one Secretary Austin and the other is Senator Tuberville, to take intractable positions. And it's simply, in my opinion, an abuse of the powers we have as senators to say if there's something we vehemently disagree with, that we're going to use that power to hold up the promotion of over 350 men and women in our military. We each have things we might disagree with the military, and some would come with deep personal convictions about their morality. But if each senator felt empowered to hold up all promotions in our military, unless we got our way on one of those issues, why our military would grind to a halt. This power is extraordinary that we're given as individual senators, but it's incumbent upon us to use it in a reasonable way and not to abuse it in such a way that we end up putting in harm's way the capabilities of our military and the well-being of our men and women in uniform. Senator Tuberville correctly pointed out, I believe he's absolutely right, that what Secretary Austin did was in contravention of the Hyde Amendment, against the law. We have a process for pursuing things that are done by an administration that are against the law. It's the court process. I'm happy to join with an amicus brief or to even file a legal action to reverse the Pentagon's policy. That's the process we should follow in a circumstance like this, not one that is being exacted upon 350 men and women who we need to have in service and whose lives are being so badly disrupted. I would also offer this. Senator Tuberville, if the Department of Defense, Secretary Austin, were to say, okay, we'll no longer pay for the travel of these individuals and their dependents, but instead allow a private charity to do so, would that be acceptable to you and allow this to go away? Looking for, yeah. Yeah, so for instance, if Secretary Austin agrees, all right, we'll eliminate this policy, but we will allow a private charity to provide for the travel for someone who wants to receive an abortion in a state where that procedure is legal. Would that satisfy you and allow this impasse to be resolved?
Senator, that was the type of negotiation I was been looking for the last 9 months. Nobody, zero, has come to me with any alternatives to bypass to get this done.
Would that be an acceptable alternative?
It would be a good starting point where we could sit down and work this out. I mean, we can't do it without negotiation. That's what I was saying earlier. There has been zero negotiation. There's been no give. It's all been take, 3 one-minute calls with the SecDef Hadn't talked to him since June. There's been no more conversation. So how do you work out a problem without communication?
Yeah, well, I have ways of doing that, which is I'll pick up a phone and have that conversation. But we have to make sure that we do not continue to hold up 350 plus people from being able to get promoted. That's essential to our military. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, we're going to start moving through some of these nominations. My colleague from Alabama has said publicly, hey, bring them up one at a time. And we're asking for a voice vote. So that's a vote. So we're doing what he said. Not sure why he's objecting. Maybe you can explain that in a minute when I bring up a real hero, by the way. And look, what Senator Tuberville said about the policy in Austin and Biden on this abortion policy, I fully agree with him. We should be suing to stop it. I think it's illegal. And he's also right. Everybody uses holds. I certainly use holds. But the key is you put a hold on someone who typically has some kind of control over the issue that you're trying to fix. Some kind of responsibility. One of the things I've been talking to the senator from Alabama on is, all right, let's put a hold on the Undersecretary of Defense for policy. He's the guy. He's a civilian, and he's in charge of this policy dispute. Let's put a hold on him. That's the right guy. And squeeze him. But why are we putting holds on war heroes? I'm going to get to one here in a minute. Again, I don't understand. And look, we can go in and out of readiness, but my colleague from Alabama is 100% wrong. No kidding. The readiness is being impacted when you have, I'll just give a couple examples here. This is just from one theater, CENTCOM. The deputy chairman of NATO, pretty important job. It's a 3-star billet. It's empty. The deputy commanding general of U.S. Army Europe, really important job. Empty. Like I said, one MEF, that's the big Marine Corps combined force that fights anywhere in the world, 25,000 Marines, commanded by a 3-star, is a 2-star. Now, for those of us who serve in the military, we understand this is a problem. Same with 3MEF. Okay? This is just from EUCOM, European Command. 72 officers are unable to assume their new positions. These 72 officers include 52 who cannot move because they have been nominated for a position that requires Senate confirmation, as well as 20 other officers who are projected to be assigned to a new position now held by one of the previous 52 officers. It's creating a giant blockage in the way in which the military operates. To say there's no readiness issues, I'm the ranking member of the Readiness Subcommittee on the Armed Services Committee. There is readiness issues, and that's the whole point. We have a really dangerous world. A really dangerous world right now. And to say, oh, don't worry, this isn't impacting readiness, with all due respect to my colleague, that's just wrong. It's not even a close call. It's wrong. And it matters to this country. Let me just give you another example. The head of the Naval Nuclear Propulsion Program, the Nuclear Navy, one of the best run organizations on the planet Earth. If you know anything about the military, or just organizations, started by Admiral Rickover, to not have the leadership in charge of the nuclear navy, that's a problem. To not have the leadership in charge of missile defense for America, that's a problem. So look, we can debate readiness, but my colleague on this, in my view, is quite respectfully, quite misinformed. Let me, Madam President, I'm going to bring up my first nominee. Now, this goes to the issue of some comments that have come out during this. Well, these 1-star and 2-star generals are kind of desk jockeys, right? These comments have been made. They're not warriors, right? The real warriors are the captains, the sergeants. Look, I love the whole military. But the 1- and 2-star generals, I know a lot of them. It's my peer group in the Marine Corps. I'm a little bit behind them. I'm not going to be promoted. I'm getting out here probably soon. But I know these guys. And the idea that somehow these are desk jockeys, you know who these people were? The 1- and 2-stars that we're holding up right now? 289 of them. These were the captains and lieutenants who were going fighting in Afghanistan and Iraq after 9/11. The current commandant of the Marine Corps, by the way, every American should be praying for him. Big health issues. He's got a Purple Heart, distinguished combat. These are the people who were kicking in doors in Fallujah, shooting terrorists in the face. And we have people saying they're desk jockeys and they're not warriors? That's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And it's insulting. So I'm going to talk about a warrior. Madam President, I'm getting ready to call up Colonel Robert Weiler. He's been nominated to be a 1-star brigadier general, to be the 1st Marine Division Assistant Commander. That's the big division on the West Coast of the United States Marine Corps, infantry. I used to be part of the 1st Marine Division. Proud of that. You need a deputy commander. They don't have one. Okay? Let's talk about Colonel Weiler. 28-year career. Commanded 5th Marine Regiment. I was in that regiment, most decorated regiment in the Marine Corps. 2nd Battalion, 4th Marines, 2nd Battalion, 24th Marines. Deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan, I think, 6 times. Think about what his family went through. Okay? Think about what his family has sacrificed. And right now, people are being told, you're not going anywhere, General, no, Colonel, because we have a dispute on an issue you have nothing to do with that you can't resolve. Okay, let's hear a little bit more about this colonel in the Marine Corps. He received a Silver Star for conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity in action against the enemy while serving as commanding officer, Weapons Company, 2nd Battalion, 4th Marines, 5th Marine Regiment. 6 through 10 April 2004 in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Heavily engaged by enemy forces for an over 4-hour firefight while wounded by enemy fire. Okay? Purple Heart. He continued to fearlessly Marines as they destroyed this tenacious enemy. He's no woke guy. He's no desk jockey. Oh, what else did he do? He got a Purple Heart in that vicious combat. He received a Navy and Marine Corps Combination Medal with a Combat Distinguishing Device for heroic action in another deployment. 2nd Battalion, 4th Marines, 1st Marine Division, on 6 September in Ramadi, Iraq, took decisive action by directing fires of his raid force, quickly gaining fire superiority and suppressing and killing the enemy. Though dazed by a major blast, he continued to lead and direct his team in combat, where they killed and captured all 5 insurgents on their target raid list. So we're going to block him tonight. Senator from Alabama last night on TV said he respects all military, especially the heroes. Well, you got one coming. You got one coming, Senator. So, we're going to do what you asked, which is do a vote individually on this American hero. So I ask, Mr. President, unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the executive session for the consideration of the following nomination: Colonel Robert S. Wheeler to be Brigadier General in the United States Marine Corps under Executive Calendar number 95. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
Senator from Alabama.
Reserving the right to object. First of all, I'd like to correct something that my colleague has said, not one time in my life have I ever said anything about anybody in our military that was a desk jockey. I don't know where he got that from. I guess that's a military term. I would not do that. I would not disrespect anybody in any job in the military that they've ever done. So I just want to set that story straight with people that will write a little bit about this disagreement tonight. But with that, Madam President, I object.
The objection is heard.
Madam President.
The senator from Iowa.
Madam President, I know this is a frustrating exercise, but we are going to flesh out some of these nominees tonight. Truly incredible individuals that have served our nation through thick and thin. These are folks that deserve to be promoted. So I rise today to talk about Lieutenant General Gregory M. Guillot on his promotion to the grade of general and his nomination to be the next commander of U.S. Northern Command and the North American Aerospace Defense Command, also known as NORAD. General Guillot is from Tucson, Arizona, and he is a proud graduate of the United States Air Force Academy. I'm sorry he couldn't get into West Point. He has successfully commanded a flying squadron, operations group, 2 flying wings, and a numbered Air Force, and has admirably served on a numbered Air Force, Major Command, and Combatant Command staffs. He's an expert in his field. He's as demonstrated by having been an Air Force weapons school instructor and graduate of the National War College. General Guillot is a decorated warfighter and a senior air battle manager by training who is currently the deputy commander of U.S. Central Command. He has been instrumental in integrating air, missile, and drone defense systems across the Middle East. Experience that's applicable to the challenges facing NORTHCOM's air and missile defenses. I believe that General Guillot's qualifications, his record, and his outstanding character make him the right nominee to serve in this important role. So, Madam President, we can confirm this nomination by voice vote right here, now, and therefore, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive Calendar number 236, Lieutenant General Gregory M. Guillot to be general, that the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
The senator from Alabama.
I object.
The objection is heard.
Madam President, if I can just address this very briefly before we move to my colleague from Indiana. I have a discharge petition that was signed at our conference lunch the other day for Lieutenant General Gregory M. Guillot. That discharge petition was signed by Senator Tuberville, meaning that Senator Tuberville believed that we should be voting on General Guillot. I was asking for a voice vote for General Guillot this evening. I'm not sure how we remedy this situation, Madam President, but I can tell you we will keep working on these nominations, and we will get answers someday, and they will be confirmed someday if we have the intestinal fortitude to do what is right by our military men and women who have absolutely nothing to do with the policy that was put in place by Secretary Lloyd Austin and President Joe Biden. I yield the floor, Madam President.
Madam President.
The senator from Indiana.
Thank you, Madam President. I call to the floor Executive Calendar number 238, Lieutenant General Jeffrey A. Cruz, United States Air Force, to be Lieutenant General and Director, Defense Intelligence Agency. General Cruz currently serves as the Director's Advisor for Military Affairs at the Office of the DNI. This is a post he's held since 2020. One need not have me explain to them, especially if they're tuned into matters of national security, the importance of our Defense Intelligence Agency at a time like this. Previously, Mr. Cruz served as the Director for Defense Intelligence for Warfighter Support in the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security. Prior to his OSD and interagency roles, General Cruz served as the Director for Intelligence at U.S. Indo-Pacific Command, deployed as Director of Intelligence for Combined Joint Task Force Operation Inherent Resolve, and served as a Senior Special Advisor for the Commander of U.S. European Command and Supreme Allied Commander in Europe. He's commanded Air Force units at all levels across seemingly every geography, and he's deployed on multiple occasions to combat theaters around the globe. I'm feeling good about this one. We can confirm this nomination by voice vote right now. Feeling really good, Senator Tuberville. It's for that reason that I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of Executive Calendar number 238, Jeffrey A. Cruz to be Lieutenant General and Director, Defense Intelligence Agency.
Is there objection? Oh.
I further request that the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
The senator from Alabama.
I object.
The objection is heard.
Well, Mr. President, I call to the floor Executive Calendar number 188. Lieutenant General Kevin B. Schneider, United States Air Force, to be General and the Commander of Pacific Air Forces. General Schneider has been serving as the Director of Staff for the Air Force since 2021. He's commanded at all levels, including a combat wing in the U.S. Central Command area of responsibility. General Schneider is a command pilot with more than 4,000 flight hours, with 530 combat flight hours on multiple airframes. He's also earned numerous commendations, including the Bronze Star and the Air Medal. We can confirm this nomination by voice vote right now. And therefore, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive Calendar number 188, Kevin B. Schneider, to be General and Commander, Pacific Air Forces, that the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
The senator from Alabama.
I object.
The objection is heard.
That being the case, I call to the floor Executive Calendar 107, Lieutenant General James W. Bierman, United States Marine Corps, to be Lieutenant General and the Deputy Commandant for Plans, Policies, and Operations for Headquarters, U.S. Marine Corps. General Bierman has held numerous command postings, most recently serving as the commander of the 3rd Marine Expeditionary Force in Marine Forces Japan. He's shown a true commitment to service in this posting, ensuring that Marines remain prepared to face any future threats. General Bierman has also deployed multiple times, including to Afghanistan and Iraq, where he led Marines in combat operations. His many commendations include the Bronze Star with Combat Distinguishing Device and the Legion of Merit. We can confirm this nomination by voice vote right now. And therefore, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination: Executive Calendar Number 107, James W. Bierman, Jr., to be Lieutenant General and Deputy Commandant for Plans, Policies, and Operations, Headquarters, U.S. Marine Corps, that the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Present.
The senator from Alabama.
Object.
Objection is heard.
Having heard that objection, Madam President, I call to the floor Executive Calendar Number 132, Lieutenant General Michael S. Sederholm, United States Marine Corps, to be Lieutenant General and Commanding General, 1st Marine Expeditionary Force. General Sederholm has been Deputy Commandant for Aviation since July 2022, a position he held with high distinction. He's held many operational assignments, including in U.S. Marine Corps Forces Command and as Top Gun instructor pilot. He's flown operational tours in all aircraft that the Marine Corps has to offer. General Sederholm has held numerous other assignments, including deployments in furtherance of Operations Enduring Freedom, Joint Task Force Southern Watch, and Iraqi Freedom. He's also served in many commanding officer postings, including Commanding General of Task Force Baltic Watchtower and Commanding General of 2nd Marine Aircraft Wing. We can confirm this nomination by voice vote right now. And therefore, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination: Executive Calendar Number 132, Michael S. Sederholm, to be Lieutenant General and Commanding General, 1 Marine Expeditionary Force. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
The senator from Alabama.
I object.
Objection is heard.
Madam President, I'm going to make one further attempt. I call to the floor Executive Calendar Number 84, Rear Admiral George M. Wyckoff, United States Navy, to be Vice Admiral and Commander, 5th Fleet. Admiral Wyckoff currently serves as Acting Commander for Naval Air Forces. He began his career serving as a naval aviator, moving up to command Strike Fighter Squadron 211, Strike Fighter Squadron 122, Carrier Aircraft Wing 3, and Carrier Strike Group 5. Among many command assignments, General Wyckoff has notably served as the commander of the Strike Fighter Squadron 211, Carrier Air Wing 3, and Strike Fighter Squadron 122. His shore assignments include a posting at the Naval Strike and Air Warfare Center as Top Gun Training Officer, Battle Director at the Combined Air and Space Operations Center in Qatar, and many other critical postings. We can confirm this nomination by voice vote right now. And I therefore ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination: Executive Calendar Number 84, George M. Wyckoff, to be Vice Admiral and Commander, 5th Fleet. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
The senator from Alabama.
I object.
Objection is heard.
Madam President.
Senator from Alaska.
Thank you, Madam President. And just for people who are watching, that last nominee, 5th Fleet Commander, so you may have heard there's 2 carrier strike groups in the Middle East. That's the naval officer who would be in charge of all of it. Right there. We could have put him in charge. Pretty important to have 5th Fleet Commander ready to go. And just objected to. I'm not sure why. Again, we're bringing these up one by one, which is what I thought my colleague from Alabama said he was good to go with. But, Madam President, before I start going through my list, I just want to say, if anyone's watching, Senator Ernst and I were just talking about this. Just listen to these bios. This is the best of America. This is the best of America. And these men and women have been serving and sacrificing honorably for literally decades. All of them, almost 30 years at least. So when you think about it, think about the families behind these men and women. Think about their sacrifice. And they're sacrificing a lot right now. And there's a lot of uncertainty. And in my view, it's just a big mistake. Again, I'm with Senator Tuberville on the policy that the Biden administration, Secretary Austin, we got to fix that. But this tactic of making the military members who have nothing to do with it, punishing them in their careers, which is what's happening, don't kid yourself, hurting their families, it's the wrong way to go about it, especially at this very dangerous time. So, Madam President, I'm going to call up the next promotion, Vice Admiral James W. Kilby, to be a United States Navy Admiral and Vice Chief of Naval Operations. Now, you want to talk about a readiness issue. The Vice Chief of Naval Operations is the person who's going to be in charge for America of our very decrepit shipbuilding and industrial base. Everybody knows that that's a readiness problem. And I've been told by many military officers that Admiral Kilby is the person, the leader, who can turn America's shipbuilding in the right direction. We have a giant readiness issue on shipbuilding. This person is the individual who can turn it around. I've been told by many. And here's why. Over 30 years in the Navy, commanded the USS Russell, it's a DDG-59, the USS Monterey, CG-61. Vice Admiral Kilby's additional sea tours were on the USS Sampson, DDG-10, the USS Philippine Sea, CG-58, 2 tours on the USS San Jacinto. Vice Admiral Kilby most recently served as the Deputy Commander of all U.S. Fleet Forces Command. So, very important person that we could get moving right now to help our very weak industrial capacity to build ships, which everybody knows as it relates to China is probably one of the most important readiness issues we have to deal with. This person tonight, this leader tonight, could be confirmed and start that shipbuilding capacity for America tomorrow as the Vice CNO. So with that, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for consideration of the following nomination: Executive Calendar 335, James W. Kilby to be Admiral and the Vice Chief of Naval Operations. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
Senator from Alabama.
I object.
Objection is heard.
Madam President, the next nominee, again, we're doing them one at a time. One at a time. I thought that's what my colleague and friend from Alabama wanted. Still hasn't explained why one at a time is not what he wanted, but maybe he'll do that. This is regular order, by the way. For those who wondered, well, it's not regular order. Nobody knows what that means. But this is regular order because in the Senate for 200 years, we have brought up and confirmed 1-, 2-, and 3-star generals just like this. Regular order voice votes. So when my colleague said, I'm good to go with bringing up individuals for a voice vote, for a vote, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. All right, no explanation over there so far. Okay, let me talk about Major General Sean Gainey of the U.S. Army, We're trying to get him promoted to be Lieutenant General and Commanding General of U.S. Army Space and Missile Defense Command. Wow. That is a really important billet. U.S. Army Space and Missile Defense Command. So we want a leader on those issues. Here's a little bit about Major General Gainey, 33 years. 33 years. Patriotic service. He has served as Deputy Commanding General for the U.S. Army Cadet Command, 94th Army Air and Missile Defense Command, and is the Joint Staff at the Deputy Director for Force Projection, J8, overseeing the Joint Integrated Air and Missile Defense Organization. Major General Gainey has deployed in support of Operation Joint Task Force East, Operation Enduring Freedom. Most recently, Major General Gainey served as the Director Joint at UAS Office and Director of Fires in the G3, 5, and 7 at headquarters of the Army. In essence, this general is an expert, not just on missile command, but on fires to protect our nation. Very qualified. I hope we can confirm him right now. Our country needs him. Therefore, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive calendar number 47, Sean A. Gainey, to be Lieutenant General and Commanding General, U.S. Army Space and Missile Defense Command. Really important billet, really important command. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Madam President,
The senator from Alabama.
I object.
Objection is heard.
Madam President, let me move on to another Army officer in the same kind of billet that, again, really matters. This would be, again, on missile defense. This is Lieutenant General A. Garrett of the U.S. Space Force. I apologize, I mentioned he was in the Army. He's actually in the U.S. Space Force. To be Lieutenant General and Commander, Space Systems Command, U.S. Space Force. Again, a really important billet. Once again, if you look at this career, 29 years. 29 years. Patriotic service to our country. Think about what his family's been through, multiple deployments. Lieutenant General Garrett has served as the commander of the 689 ARSS Air Armament Center, Eglin Air Force Base, and Vice Commander and Deputy Air Force Program Executive Officer for Space, and Missiles Systems Center, Los Angeles Air Force Base. By the way, Madam President, these officers who are doing all the space work, Space Force, Army, Navy, brilliant. We don't have their resumes in terms of their schools, but I guarantee you these are physicists, brilliant, brilliant Army, Space Force, Air Force officers who all Americans should be proud of. Lieutenant General Garrett most recently served as Deputy Chief of Space Operations, Strategy, Plans, Programs, and Requirements for the U.S. Space Force. And we can confirm him right now. Individual voice vote, Madam President. So I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive calendar number 293, Lieutenant General Philip A. Garrett, U.S. Space Force, to be Lieutenant General and Commander, Space Systems Command, U.S. Space Force. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Madam President,
Senator from Alabama.
I object.
The objection is heard.
Madam President.
Senator from Alaska.
Madam President, I'm going to bring up another important Lieutenant General. When we talk about mental health, when we talk about taking care of our troops, we've had a big suicide problem in our military in Alaska. Having the top Surgeon General in the military is also really important. These aren't just combat positions. These are other really important important positions. So, Madam President, I want to talk about Brigadier General Mary V. Kruger, U.S. Army, to be Lieutenant General and the Surgeon General of the United States Army. Brigadier General Kruger has had a 32-year career in the Army, has served as the Supervisory Assistant of Deputy Health Affairs, Assistant Secretary for the Army for Manpower and Reserve Affairs, the Commander of the U.S. Army Health Clinic, and the Division Surgeon for the 4th Infantry Division. Again, boy, do we need that. In my state, with my troops, with my military, the mental health issues are so important. Having the leader in the Army as Surgeon General will only enhance that issue. And we're saying none of this impacts readiness. Brigadier General's deployments include to Tikrit, Iraq, in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom and Operation New Dawn from 2009 to 2012. Most recently, Brigadier General Kruger served as the Commanding General of the Regional Health Command Atlantic. Madam President, I therefore ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive Calendar, number 283, Mary V. Kruger to be Lieutenant General and the Surgeon General of the United States Army. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Is there objection?
Madam President,
Senator from Alabama.
I object.
The objection is heard.
Madam President, let me move on to another service. This is Rear Admiral Daniel Sheaver, U.S. Navy, to be Vice Admiral and Commander, Naval Air Force's Commander, Naval Air Force, U.S. Pacific. Now, one thing that we always think about in the military, like when you think 28, 29, 30 years, the combat experience, the experience that they bring, it's just remarkable. It's why we have the best military in the world. In this Rear Admiral, his career has this in spades. 34 years in the Navy so far, Rear Admiral Sheaver commanded Carrier Strike Group 4, Strike Fighter Squadron 147, the VFA 147, and completed, so Carrier Strike Group. So that is commanding a Carrier Strike Group. That's several ships around an aircraft carrier. That is giant experience. And we're making this person, this great leader, sit on the bench when our country is in peril. Rear Admiral Sheaver has extensive EUCOM and CENTCOM experience as a naval amphibious liaison element for the Commander U.S. 6th Fleet and 17th Air Force, and as a battle director at Combined Air and Space Operations Center, U.S. Central Command. Most recently, Rear Admiral Sheaver served as the Director of Plans, Policies, and Strategy, North American Aerospace Defense Command, Director of Policy and Strategy at U.S. Northern Command. So again, Madam President, a great warrior right here, Carrier Strike Group Commander. Only America produces these great warriors. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive Calendar number 181, Daniel L. Sheaver to be Vice Admiral and Commander, Naval Air Force's Commander, Naval Air Force, U.S. Pacific Fleet. The fleet that will take on China if we have a war there. We need this officer. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President immediately be notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Madam President,
Senator from Alabama.
I object.
Objection is heard.
I'll do one more. Madam President, this one's special to me. Since we're doing all the different services, Space Force, Navy, Army, Air Force, this is Major General Roger Turner, U.S. Marine Corps, to be Lieutenant General and Commanding General, 3rd Marine Expeditionary Force, and Commander, Marine Forces, Japan. Now, Madam President, the third MEF, 3 MEF as we call it in the Marine Corps, we only have 3 MEFs in the entire Marine Corps, 1 MEF, 2 MEF, and 3 MEF. This is the MEF in Okinawa, forward deployed, waiting, ready to protect our interests. Taiwan Strait, Indo-PACOM. Right now, 3 MEF doesn't have a 3-star general. Neither does 1 MEF. Again, that doesn't impact readiness? Of course it does. Anyone who knows anything about the military knows that that impacts readiness. So, one of the most important fighting forces in the American military, 3 MEF, needs a lieutenant general in charge. Lieutenant General Roger Turner has served in the Marine Corps since 1984. He most recently served as commanding general of the 1st Marine Division. That's at Camp Pendleton. Really important. Big division, infantry division. Great experience. Previously, he served as the commanding general of the Marine Air Ground Task Force Training Command and Marine Corps Air Ground Combat Center. Incredible combat experience, ready to go if there's a Taiwan Strait crisis or another challenge in the Indo-PACOM theater. We really need this general. For that reason, we can confirm him right now, Madam President, right now. Voice vote, singular, what Senator from Alabama has been asking for. We'll see. So, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive calendar. Number 191, Roger B. Turner, Jr. to be Lieutenant General and Commanding General, 3rd Marine Expeditionary Force and Commander, Marine Forces, Japan. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
Senator from Alabama.
I object.
Objection is heard.
Madam President.
The senator from Iowa.
Okay, we have got another incredible officer that we are bringing to the floor this evening for a voice vote. And I do hope my colleague from Alabama will explain to everyone out there that's watching why he has asked for individual votes, and when given the opportunity, he is objecting to individual votes. I feel like we're in a holding pattern, but maybe he will care to explain that to us in a moment. But right now, I do want to focus on this really incredible officer, and I've had the opportunity to work with this officer, and I'll talk about the most recent time that I interacted with him. So I am bringing to the floor right now Vice Admiral Brad Cooper on his nomination to be the next Deputy Commander of United States Central Command. So I just saw Admiral Cooper in Bahrain, and the day I saw him in Bahrain was October 7th. October 7th, the day that Hamas overran the fences that separated the Gaza Strip and Israel. The day that Hamas went into Israel and murdered babies, raped women, cut babies out of their mothers' stomachs, killed innocent elderly men and women, abducted Americans and took them into the Gaza Strip. That's the last day that I saw Brad Cooper. October 7th, the terrorist strikes against Israel. Deputy Commander of U.S. Central Command. What region is that? That is the region where Israel is located. They need fine men and women at U.S. Central Command. This is an area where we have seen great terrorist threats. Our dear friends, the Israelis, are struggling under the weight of Iran-backed terrorist proxies. United States Central Command. We need leadership. I'm bringing forward Vice Admiral Brad Cooper. I will remind the body, just as I did with General Guillot, that I passed around the Republican conference the other day a discharge petition, which means we would have a vote on Vice Admiral Brad Cooper. One of the signatures on that petition is my colleague from Alabama. He agreed to vote on this nominee, and we are giving him the opportunity to vote on this nominee, who will be the Deputy Commander of U.S. Central Command, where we have what could be World War III brewing. Our friends, the Israelis, need every last good man and woman that the United States have serving in these important positions. So a little bit about Vice Admiral Brad Cooper. He is the son of a career Army officer. He attended high school in Montgomery, Alabama. Vice Admiral Cooper joined the Navy and received his commission from the United States Naval Academy. He is a career surface warfare officer. He served on guided missile cruisers, guided missile destroyers, aircraft carriers, amphibious assault ships, and successfully commanded both the USS Russell and the USS Gettysburg. If anyone knows Admiral Cooper, he is a very humble man. He is very proud of the extraordinary men and women with whom he served on sea duty during his 9 deployments and 13 real-world operations all around our globe. He served in a variety of positions throughout his career, and he has been nominated to serve in the U.S. Central Command as their deputy commander. He has been instrumental in maintaining the stability of and security of the Middle East region's maritime environment through NAVCENT. His skills and experience gained in this position at NAVCENT make him absolutely the right choice to be the Deputy Commander of U.S. Central Command, and I'm excited to see him confirmed. So, Madam President, we can confirm this nomination by voice vote tonight. Tonight, we will vote on this man. 9 deployments, 13 real-world operations. He is a warrior. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive Calendar number 196, Charles B. Cooper II, to be Vice Admiral. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
Senator from Alabama.
I object.
Objection is heard.
Madam President, we see another one bite the dust. It's a good thing I still have that discharge petition, and we will see Vice Admiral Cooper on the floor once again, and I hope that my colleague will choose to support him. So, I served in the Iowa Army National Guard, and I'm really proud of that service. So I deployed overseas with the Iowa Army National Guard as a young company commander. I was the first female to command my unit. It was the same unit that my father had served in when he was a young sergeant in the Iowa Army National Guard. He was a mechanic. He is the salt of the earth. And I was so proud to grow up and serve alongside some really incredible Iowa Army National Guardsmen. They worked so hard. They worked so hard on that deployment, Operation Iraqi Freedom. Now, I was gone from 2003 to 2004. My daughter, she was 3 years old when I deployed, and she was nearly 5 years old when I returned home. So my daughter, again, she is a second lieutenant serving active duty United States Army, and she told me, it's probably been a year ago, she had read an interesting statistic about children who have mothers that served in uniform. And she told me that that statistic was that 80% of the children who have mothers that wore the uniform will go into the service. She said, "Mom, I didn't have a choice." So she did. She went into the United States Army. And I encouraged that, and I am so proud of her for her service. Again, she's a young officer. I know she's disappointed by what she sees today, in particular this evening. And what I want the folks to know, and there's, in a roundabout way, I'm coming to this, but all of these holds are affecting our men and women in the military. They are affecting the families of these men and women. So like I said, 80% of the children whose mother wore the uniform are more likely to go in than those that didn't have a mother that served. But right now, today, 37% of active duty families are likely to recommend military service. 37%. They see what's going on today, and I've heard my colleagues say we shouldn't be injecting politics into the military, and that President Biden did that, and Lloyd Austin, Secretary of Defense, did that. But what are we doing to these military men and women? Politics are being injected right here, today. We have men and women that deserve to be promoted, to serve where their country knows they are needed. And our military families today are saying, you know what? I don't want my kid serving in the military because they will be used as political pawns. That is dishonorable, and it's abhorrent. So I served, Colonel Dan Sullivan served. We understand the significance of service and being willing to lay down your life for a fellow countryman. This next gentleman that I am bringing forward, we have something in common, because this gentleman is a native of Spencer, Iowa. He enlisted into the Iowa Army National Guard. Okay? He enlisted in 1981. He also was salt of the earth, just like my father, who enlisted in the Iowa Army National Guard. This gentleman is Lieutenant General James J. Mingus. He has been appointed to the grade of general and nominated to be the next Vice Chief of Staff of the Army. Again, he enlisted into the Iowa Army National Guard in 1981. He graduated from Winona State University in Minnesota, our neighbor to the north, and he commissioned into the Army Infantry. During more than 38 years of service, Lieutenant General Mingus has commanded at every echelon from company to brigade, in addition to working in key staff positions in Army, Special Operations Forces, and joint units. He is a decorated warfighter with extensive combat service. He deployed in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom and Operation Enduring Freedom 12 times from 2001 to 2012. Lieutenant General Mingus has distinguished himself with honor, having been awarded for meritorious achievement in a combat zone. He is a hardworking public servant who knows the needs of our soldiers and their families. I have full confidence that he will continue to modernize the Army and maintain our highly trained and lethal force to fight and win our nation's wars. The problem is he can't do it if he's not serving in that position. I firmly believe that his qualifications, record, and character, and of course his great home state of Iowa, make him the right nominee to serve in this important role. Therefore, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination: War Hero Executive Calendar number 288, James J. Mingus, to be General and Vice Chief of Staff of the Army. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
Senator from Alabama.
Object.
Objection is heard.
Madam President, now I have the honor and privilege of talking about Major General John W. Brennan, Jr., on his appointment to the grade of Lieutenant General in the United States Army and his nomination to be the Deputy Commander of U.S. Africa Command. Major General Brennan is currently serving as the Special Assistant to the Commanding General of the United States Army Special Operations Command. This is no paper pusher, Madam President, and I have heard that phrase. Army Special Operations play a crucial role in competition and deterring great power war. Therefore, it is crucial to ensure this deserving officer who earned this promotion is confirmed to this key national security position. The good Major General is a decorated warfighter with extensive combat service in Iraq, Afghanistan, and in the Inherent Resolve campaign, having recently served as the commander of Combined Joint Task Force Operation Inherent Resolve just last year. He distinguished himself with honor, having been awarded a Bronze Star with V for Valor. I firmly believe that Major General Brennan's qualifications, record, and character make him exceptionally eligible for this promotion, and I look forward to confirming him to be the Deputy Commander of U.S. Africa Command, a very important position. Again, V for Valor. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive Calendar number 130, John W. Brennan, Jr., to be Lieutenant General and Deputy Commander, U.S. Africa Command. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
Senator from Alabama.
Object.
The objection is heard.
Madam President, another great, decorated officer. And we're going to keep going because these men and women deserve to be confirmed. Madam President, I am going to talk now about Captain Frank Schlereth on his appointment to the grade of Rear Admiral Lower Half in the United States Navy. Captain Frank Schlereth is currently serving as the senior defense official and defense attaché within the United States Embassy, Israel. It is crucial at this time in history to ensure this deserving officer who earned this promotion is recognized for serving in a key position to national security and regional stability. The captain is a two-time naval attaché, having served in Athens, Greece, and Tel Aviv, Israel. He has extensive experience within the Defense Intelligence Agency Directorate of Operations, having served as the Chief of Operations for the DIA Defense Attaché Service and the East Asia Division Chief. He's a decorated warfighter with extensive combat service, having deployed to Afghanistan in direct support of Operation Enduring Freedom as a team leader in support of a sensitive collection mission. Captain Schlereth distinguished himself with honor, having been awarded the Navy Commendation Medal with Combat V for meritorious achievement in a combat zone during his deployment. I also believe that the captain's qualifications, record, and character make him exceptionally eligible for this appointment and promotion. Therefore, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive Calendar number 103, Frank Schlereth III to be Rear Admiral Lower Half. That in the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Madam President,
Senator from Alabama.
I object.
The objection is heard.
Madam President, we will proceed to Colonel Peter G. Hart. I call to the floor Executive Calendar number 94, Colonel Peter G. Hart, to the grade of Brigadier General. Colonel Hart is currently fulfilling a crucial role as an Army strategist for the U.S. Central Command. He is a 23-year combat veteran and retired lieutenant colonel of our great U.S. Army, or as a 23-year combat veteran and retired lieutenant colonel of our great U.S. Army. I am proud to stand up for this valiant officer who has answered the selfless call to service and earned this promotion in the United States Army. Again, I want to talk about making these individuals political pawns in the grand scheme. So the VFW had recently done a survey, and they did surveys in every state and overseas territory of their members. These are veterans. Polls indicate there is a growing wedge between the veteran community and the colleagues on this side of the aisle. And, quote, political decisions that harm the troops will affect the decisions of VFW members in upcoming elections, end quote. People don't like men and women that are used as political pawns, especially those that are sworn to be apolitical. Those are the men and women that serve in uniform. There is a growing division. It will continue to grow wider. So, therefore, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Colonel Peter G. Hart to be Brigadier General in the United States Army under Executive Calendar number 94. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Madam President,
Senator from Alabama.
I object.
The objection is heard. Senator from Alaska.
Madam President, I just want to talk about an issue I just heard about from two officers I heard about just today on this issue of readiness, on this issue of maybe this whole episode is creating a Fat Leonard scandal 2.0. That's, like I said earlier, when the Navy had some of their top officers kind of wiped out due to corruption. They lost a whole generation of senior officers with Pacific Fleet experience. They're still actually dealing with that. And what we're starting to see here, I'm hearing it. I have a lot of contacts. I got my colleagues who I've served with. We're starting to see that here. Imagine as we're facing a really, really dangerous world that we had Senate politics driving military officers, our best. I mean, are you listening to these bios? All 30, 35 years of incredible combat experience, and we're driving them out. As Senator Graham said, some are going to be timed out eventually. A couple are hitting that already. If you get selected and you don't pin on by a certain time, you're gone. Think about how bitter you'd be. But here's the other thing, Madam President. Just today I heard of two, I'm not going to name them, Navy officers who are saying, you know, I think I'm done with this. I did 28 years, I did 7 deployments, my family sacrificed, and I'm sitting here being held up when my country needs me on an issue I have nothing to do with. And by the way, Navy, submarine commanders, aircraft carrier commanders, pilots, these guys can go out and make huge money. So I'm hearing it. I'm hearing it. Not we, some of us, are driving our senior admirals and generals out. They're saying, I'm done with this. I can serve my country another way. I can make a ton of money in the private sector. My family deserves it. That's happening. That is happening. And it's wrong. It's wrong. We all know it's wrong. And by the way, if we're here like a year from now, we're still dealing with this, and we look back, we're like, holy cow, look at these great combat veterans with all this experience, and they left us. They left us because we forced them out. We're going to look back at this episode and just be stunned at what a national security suicide mission this became. So, Madam President, by the way, I am so honored to be standing shoulder to shoulder, literally here on the Senate floor with my good friend and colleague, Senator Ernst. You know, we got the Army and Marine Corps represented right here on the floor. This is a joint op. It's a joint op. Protecting our troops, fighting for our troops. That's what Marines and soldiers do well. This is a joint op. And we're going to stay here till our list is done. Because you know what? There's a lot of people who sacrifice so much for this country. And to my colleague from Alabama, I still haven't answered the question. This is regular order, by the way. All these noms have been voting out of committee. I'm sure you voted for most of them. I voted for almost all of them. Regular order, out of committee. And again, I'm quoting you. I'm not blocking anyone from getting confirmed. I'm not blocking a single vote. If they want those votes on these nominees one at a time, I'm all for it, and we'll probably vote for them. That's a quote from my colleague from Alabama. So what's up with that? We're right here, one at a time. One at a time. Regular order. This is regular order, by the way, because for 200 years, the Senate has voted for nominees by voice vote at 1-, 2-, and 3-star general levels. Different for the 4 stars, But this is regular order. So my colleague hasn't answered the question yet. It'd be good to hear why, because we're putting time and effort into it. I actually thought he was going to come down and say, hey, you know what? You guys did what I mentioned, one at a time, each one, regular order. So what? Well, you're going to make us vote on a brigadier general with a silver star twice? That's probably never happened in U.S. history. I don't know. Be good to answer that question. So, and by the way, on Iowa, what a great story from my colleague. You know, I was doing some training in Alaska many years ago, and the Iowa National Guard was out there as the OPFOR. These guys were huge, big. Got a picture, sent it back to Senator Ernst, corn-fed. I mean, you don't want to mess with the Iowa National Guard. I will say that for sure. So, Madam President, let's get back to this. Maybe my colleague will have a change of heart here. Maybe he'll get back to focus on, whoa, maybe we should. And by the way, we have the perfect opportunity for someone in a really, really important billet. And this is for Major General David Iverson, U.S. Air Force, to be Lieutenant General and Deputy Commander of U.S. Forces Korea. Now, U.S. Forces Korea is really, really important. It's run by a 4-star general, and this would be the deputy commander. By the way, the Korean Peninsula could go any day. Tomorrow we could be at war in Korea. I'm a big Korean War history buff. And you know what happened in 1950 in the Korean War? We had civilian and senior military leaders in America who did not care about readiness. Sound familiar? And when the North Koreans launched their surprise invasion, American soldiers by the thousands were killed because there was no readiness. We don't want that to happen again on the Korean Peninsula. Don't want it to happen. So this guy needs to be confirmed. And look at his resume. Major General David Iverson most recently served as the Vice Director for the Joint Force Development on the Joint Staff. His over 32 years in the military served in a variety of flying duties to include evaluator, instructor, flight commander, chief of weapons, director of operations, commander at the squadron level. He has commanded at the flight squadron and twice at the wing level. That's huge. Incredible military experience. 2 wing commands. He also served as a congressional legislative liaison in the 609th Air and Space Operations Center Command in Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. Iverson is a command pilot with over 5,400 hours. America, you should be proud of these people, and I know you all are. 5,400 hours, including 1,500 combat hours. And we're making this guy sit? We're making him sit. 1,500 combat hours. F-15, T-30. I mean, Madam President, we should confirm this great American right now. And we have the opportunity to do it. So I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive calendar number 187, David R. Iverson, to be Lieutenant General and Deputy Commander, U.S. Forces Korea. Commander, Combined Air Component Command, United Nations Command. Commander, Combined Air Component Command, Combined Forces Command, Korea. And Commander, 7th U.S. Air Force, Pacific Air Forces. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
Senator from Alabama.
I object.
The objection is heard.
Madam President, well, that was another downgrade of readiness for America right there. Madam President, let me go into another very, very impressive military member. We don't talk about this part of our military that much, but boy, oh boy, is it important. And this is for Major General Andrew Gabera of the U.S. Air Force to be promoted to Lieutenant General and Deputy Chief of Staff for Strategic Deterrence and Nuclear Integration, Headquarters, U.S. Air Force. Let me run that by again, Madam President. Strategic deterrence with nukes and nuclear integration. I'd say that's a pretty darn important billet. Let's hear about Major General Gabera's 32-year career. He has served as the commander of the 325th Weapons Squadron, 8th Air Force, and Joint Global Strikes Operations Center. Major General Gabera is a command pilot with more than 3,800 flight hours. There you go. The best, most experienced military members in the world, right here, sitting on the sidelines, not in the game, on the bench. And we can change that right now. 46 combat air sorties in everything, get this, from the A-10 to the B-2. This guy is a stud. In support of Operation Enduring Freedom, Major General Gabera most recently served as a special assistant to the Director of Staff of the Headquarters of the U.S. Air Force. And we can confirm this nomination by voice vote right now. Therefore, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the executive session for consideration of the following nomination. Executive Calendar number 51, Andrew J. Gabera to be Lieutenant General and Deputy Chief of Staff for Strategic Deterrence and Nuclear Integration, Headquarters, United States Air Force. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection? Senator from Alabama.
Object.
Objection is heard.
Madam President, again, strategic nuclear deterrence, pretty darn important. I guess he's going to have to sit on the sidelines for longer. Madam President, I want to go now to another element of our military, and that's special operations. And this is an opportunity for a really storied military leader, Lieutenant General James Sliff, U.S. Air Force, to be General, 4-star General, and Vice Chief of Staff of the U.S. Air Force. Again, you have the Chiefs of Staff, those are the Joint Chiefs, and then they have the Vice Chiefs. The Vice Chiefs are so important because they run the enterprise of the Air Force. This general will essentially run the Air Force in so many ways. Vice Chief of Staff of the U.S. Air Force. This is one of the most important nominations of the evening. Madam President, let's hear about Lieutenant General Sliff. Again, 33-year career, putting all his time, effort, I'm sure his family's effort, dedicated patriot to America. Has served most of his career in aviation special operations. Senator Ernst knows a lot about that. He's held commands at the Air Force Special Operations Command, 1st Special Operations Wing, and 27th Special Operations Group. 33 years. Imagine what this patriot has done to protect America. You probably can't talk about half of it. He has deployed extensively over 3 decades in support of combat operations all over the world, most recently in Afghanistan. Lieutenant General Sliff most recently served as Deputy Chief of Operations for Headquarters Air Force. This general, right now, if we just have one senator say, good to go, will be confirmed as Vice Chief of Staff of the United States Air Force. Therefore, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive Calendar number 338, James C. Sliff to be General and Vice Chief of Staff of the United States Air Force. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection? Senator from Alabama.
Object.
Objection is heard.
Madam President, this next one I believe is an empty billet. Pretty sure I got to double check my math here. This is Shoshana Chatfield to be Vice Admiral and U.S. military representative to NATO. NATO. A little bit going on in NATO right now, and we don't have this Vice Admiral in her position as the military representative to NATO? That's not impacting readiness? Let's hear about Rear Admiral Chatfield's 35-year naval career. She's a pilot. She has commanded HC-5, and upon its disestablishment was a commanding officer of HSC-25, the Island Knights. She subsequently commanded a joint provisional reconstruction team in Afghanistan, was a Type Wing commander of the HSC Wing in the U.S. Pacific Fleet, and the commander of the Joint Region Marianas. Think about that experience. Think about that experience. We need people who understand Indo-PACOM, Marianas, to take on China. She has flown the SH-3, the CH-46 Delta, the MH-60 Sierra, and deployed in helicopter detachments to the Western Pacific and the Arabian Gulf, supporting carrier strike groups and amphibious ready group operations. Carrier strike groups, amphibious ready groups, those are Marine amphibious ready groups. She's done both in the Indo-PACOM and in the Middle East. And now she's going to be a 3-star representative admiral at NATO. And we're keeping her on the bench. Keeping her on the bench. We could confirm her right now. Look at that experience, 35 years as a naval aviator. She most recently served as the president of the Naval War College, so she's brilliant as well. Sitting on the bench. Madam President, we need to confirm her now. So therefore, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for consideration of the following nomination. Executive calendar number 90, Shoshana S. Chatfield, to be Vice Admiral and U.S. military representative to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
The senator from Alabama.
Object.
And the objection is heard.
Madam President, let's go directly to our great U.S. Navy. This is James P. Downey to be Vice Admiral and Commander, Naval Sea Systems Command. Again, Madam President, we all know that the Navy is the critical service. They're all critical, but when it comes to China, we have some catching up to do. This is a critical command billet. Let's hear about Rear Admiral Downey, James P. Downey. He has served in the Navy for 36 years. Boy, I'd like to, Senator Ernst, maybe we need to just add up the experience that we're talking about tonight. Everybody's at least 30 years. It's like over 1,000 years. Makes you proud as an American. Makes me sure darn proud. Thank you, Rear Admiral Downey, for your 36 years of service to our great nation and the great U.S. Navy. He served as the commander of the Navy Regional Maintenance Center. Boy, do we need expertise in maintenance for our Navy. And as the program executive officer for U.S. aircraft carriers. Wow. That's great experience, and we need that every day. He most recently served as Special Assistant to the Assistant Secretary of the Navy for Research, Development, and Acquisition. Additional operational assignments include Intelligence Briefing Officer to the Commander-in-Chief, Combined Forces Command, U.S. Forces Korea, and multiple deployments in the North Atlantic, Baltic, Arctic Circle, probably up in my neck of the woods in Alaska, and the Indo-Pacific. Incredible experience here. We need to promote him, and we can do it right now with a voice vote, right here. We're bringing up individual nominees, individual votes, as my colleague from Alabama requested. So let's do it. So, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive calendar number 113, James P. Downey to be Vice Admiral and Commander, Naval Sea Systems Command. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Madam President,
The senator from Alabama.
I object.
Objection is heard.
Madam President, let's go back to my beloved Marine Corps. Beloved Marine Corps. I love the Marine Corps. I mean, I love all services, but I really love the Marine Corps. Madam President, this is another critical element of the Marine Corps. Of course, everybody thinks about infantry with the Marines, but our aviation component is so important and so darn good. Marine Corps aviation has made Americans proud for decades and decades and decades. So we have, Madam President, Bradford J. Gehring to be Lieutenant General and Deputy Commandant of the United States Marine Corps Aviation Section at Headquarters Marine Corps. Major General Bradford Gehring has served in the Marine Corps since 1988. Most recently served as the Commanding General of 1MEF. So, Madam President, just so everybody knows, 1MEF, I talked about earlier, the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, commonly known in the Marine Corps as the Imperial MEF. Probably the best combined warfighting machine in the U.S. military. Now, I'm a little biased, but it's true. So he's a 1MEF commander. In the Marine Corps, you don't get any better than that. You don't get any more experience than that. And he's had multiple deployments, combat veteran, unbelievable experience, and he's sitting on the bench. He's sitting on the bench. We need to get him in the fight. And we can do it right now. We can confirm this great American patriot by voice vote right now, and therefore, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive calendar number 111, Bradford J. Gehring to be Lieutenant General and Deputy Commandant, Aviation Headquarters, U.S. Marine Corps. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motion to be reconsidered be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection? Senator from Alabama.
Object.
And the objection is heard.
Okay, Madam President.
From Iowa.
Madam President, we have another opportunity to vote on another outstanding officer. This one is Colonel Scott D. Wilkinson, and he has been promoted to the grade of Brigadier General. As an Army veteran myself, I know and I understand the importance of recognizing this deserving officer who earned his promotion in the United States Army. He is a decorated warfighter. He distinguished himself with honor for meritorious achievement in a combat zone during his deployment. Now, as a captain, a young 03 is what we call him in the Army, Colonel Wilkinson provided precision close air support over a 6-hour period using night vision goggles with zero illumination in a complex urban environment, enabling the assault and exfiltration of a combined joint task force under heavy enemy fire. Now, I'm proud to be here on this floor as well, standing shoulder to shoulder with my Marine Corps friend, Colonel Dan Sullivan of Alaska. Now, you can read through this little brief description of Colonel Scott D. Wilkinson. For those of us that have served and have been part of a team and have been deployed, we understand the significance of having close air support. Now, I served as a transportation company commander when I deployed, and I'll tell you that having close air support, knowing they were a phone call away, always made my drivers and I feel a lot better about things. Now, I know Colonel Sullivan, as an infantryman, also understands what it is to have that close air support and how important those men and women overhead are during battle. And so, Colonel Scott D. Wilkinson, I'm really glad to give you close air support tonight. Those of us that have worked on a team understand how significant it is to have one another's back and make sure that these men and women are protected. So with this close air support, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination: Colonel Scott D. Wilkinson to be Brigadier General in the United States Army under Executive Calendar number 94. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Madam President,
The senator from Alabama.
I object.
The objection is heard.
Okay, Madam President, we are going to move next to Colonel Joseph W. Wortham II. So I call to the floor Executive Calendar number 94, Colonel Joseph W. Wortham II to the grade of Brigadier General. Again, we're seeing a pattern. We have Colonel Wortham. He is a decorated warfighter. And again, as a captain, as an 03, his brave and decisive actions saved the life of a severely wounded American and defeated a large enemy force in Iraq in 2005. So my colleague, Colonel Sullivan, Senator Sullivan from Alaska, we've been talking about what it is to serve and the way these heroes have reacted in combat. And because of Colonel Wortham's actions in combat, he saved the life of a fellow countryman, saved the life of an individual willing to lay down his life for his country. Colonel Wortham was willing to do the same. He saved the life of a severely wounded American, and he defeated a large enemy force in Iraq in 2005. Again, part of an incredible team. He didn't turn his back on his teammate. He saved his life. It's crucial to ensure that this deserving officer who earned this promotion is afforded the opportunity to be recognized. Colonel Wortham, again, part of a glorious team, was first commissioned into the Army in 1996 through Auburn University's Reserve Officer Training Corps. During his 25 years of service, he participated in operations in Egypt, Israel, and Lebanon, as well as combat operations in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Syria. His understanding of Kurdish culture and training in the Turkish language provided essential for his repeated deployments to the Kurdish regions of Iraq and Syria. I firmly believe that Colonel Wortham's qualifications, record, and character make him exceptionally eligible for this promotion, and by the fact that he went through Auburn University's ROTC program. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination: war hero who saved the life of a fellow soldier, Colonel Joseph W. Wortham II, to be Brigadier General in the United States Army under Executive Calendar number 94. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Madam President,
The senator from Alabama,
I object.
and the objection is heard.
Next, Madam President, we will move on to Captain Thomas A. Donovan. Captain Thomas A. Donovan for appointment to Rear Admiral Lower Half. Captain Donovan is currently serving as the executive officer to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I know Captain Donovan, and I know of his service. I will not go into details tonight on this floor. I will explain it to members that are on this floor, off the floor, if they would like to talk about Captain Donovan. I truly believe that we must stand up for the security and protection of our nation, and I am proud to recognize this deserving officer who earned this promotion and highlight his selfless call to serve. I firmly believe that Captain Donovan's qualifications, record, and character make him exceptionally eligible for this appointment and promotion. Now, again, I know Captain Donovan. I know him quite well. There may be mumblings over some of these younger officers. Spent just a brief time talking about them on the floor of this United States Senate. Those that are out watching on C-SPAN or maybe in clips tomorrow will understand why some of these presentations are very brief. For those in this chamber that don't understand why these presentations are very brief, they shouldn't be here objecting to these nominations. We'll let that sink in. Okay, Captain Thomas A. Donovan. Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination: Captain Thomas A. Donovan to be Rear Admiral Lower Half in the Navy under Executive Calendar number 97. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Madam President,
The senator from Alabama,
I object.
the objection is heard.
And I'm very sorry to hear that. Again, we've got another very short presentation here. I'll have to explain it to my colleagues that maybe haven't served, why they are brief. Madam President, I call to the floor Executive Calendar number 97, Captain Joshua Lasky for appointment to Rear Admiral Lower Half. As a 23-year combat veteran myself and a retired lieutenant colonel of our great United States Army, I am proud to stand up for this valiant officer who has answered the selfless call to service and earned this promotion in the United States Navy. I firmly believe that Captain Lasky's qualifications, record, and character make him exceptionally eligible for this promotion. And again, I'll have to visit with folks off the floor to explain more about Captain Lasky. He is fully deserving of this promotion, and I am very sorry to acknowledge that he also will probably be objected to. One more hero that will be objected to this evening. So not only have we seen Senator Schumer drag his feet on these nominations. But tonight, we have had the exceptional opportunity. I think we've had maybe 40 of these nominations brought forward, but we're still dragging our feet on these. We're voting on them one by one, one by one, one by one, just as our colleague asked, one by one. These are men and women of honor. They are sworn to uphold the Constitution, the very Constitution that my colleague is saying he is protecting. They are sworn and uphold, and they would do it with their blood. Some of these men have done it with their blood. I'm waiting. So, Madam President, we can confirm this nomination by voice vote right here tonight, individually brought up, just as my colleague has asked. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination: Captain Joshua Lasky to be Rear Admiral Lower Half in the Navy under Executive Calendar number 97. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
The senator from Alabama.
I object.
The objection is heard.
Madam President.
The senator from Alaska.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm still, I think we're both, Senator Ernst and I are still just kind of confused on the one by one. That's my colleague and friend. He's my friend, so and I mean that sincerely. But he said, I'm all for it if nominees come up one at a time. I'm all for it. That's a quote. That's what we're doing. One at a time, one by one, as Senator Ernst just said. And some of these, you serve in the military long enough, you know these people personally. The next nominee, Madam President, I want to talk about, I know quite well, Kenneth Wilsbach. He is a 4-star general right now, and he is in charge of the Pacific Air Forces. Incredible experience. General Wilsbach will move into be the U.S. Air Force Commander of Air Combat Command, one of the top billets in the U.S. Air Force, and a guy with incredible experience, wonderful wife, wonderful family. He served, Madam President, as the Alaska Command Commander. That's the kind of subcomponent command under INDOPACOM and NORTHCOM for Alaska, the 3-star general in charge of all forces in Alaska. So I know him great. He is an exceptional patriot and so deserving of this promotion. And by the way, it has nothing to do with the policy dispute that we actually agree on. All my colleagues here, we think what Secretary Austin did to light this fire is not helpful at all. The civilian military leadership over at the Pentagon, it's where I do agree with my colleague from Alabama, certainly more focus on non-warfighting issues, the civilians, not the uniform ones. But let's go back to General Wilsbach, 38-year career in the Air Force. 38 years. I know this guy, great. His family, he is a patriot warrior. Has commanded a fighter squadron operation group, 2 wings, 2 numbered air forces, and held various staff assignments, including Director of Operations, Combined Air Operations Center, Director of Operations, U.S. Central Command. Central Command, that's the Middle East. I was a staff officer out there for a year and a half to our CENTCOM commander many years ago. So General Wilsbach has great Middle East experience, which we need today, but he's also got INDOPACOM experience. Right now, he is the commander of Pacific Air Forces, right now, doing a great job. There's going to be a war with China. This is the guy who knows it. I mean, you can't ask for better experience. Let's continue about General Wilsbach. He is a command pilot with more than 5,000 hours flying and we're going to put him on the bench. In multiple aircrafts, primarily F-15Cs, F-16 Charlies, MC-12s, F-22 Alphas, flew a lot of those in Alaska, and has flown 71 combat missions in Operation Northern Watch, Southern Watch, and Operation Enduring Freedom. As I mentioned, Madam President, General Wilsbach currently serves as the Commander of Pacific Air Forces, the Air Component Commander of U.S. Indo-PACOM, and the Executive Director of Pacific Air Combat Operations Staff. A great patriot who we need to confirm right now. We can do it. We can do it right now by voice vote. Regular order, by the way. Regular order. Don't say it's not, because it is. And we're doing them individually, which is what was asked for. So I ask unanimous consent, Madam President, that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive calendar number 198, Kenneth S. Wilsbach, to be Commander, U.S. Air Combat Command, one of the most important commands in the U.S. Air Force, and the U.S. military, let's face it. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
Senator from Alabama.
I object.
The objection is heard.
Madam President, let me talk about another really important bill that I know a lot about, given that a lot of its assets are in Alaska. And again, this is such an important bill to not leave without a leader. This will be for Heather A. Collins to be Lieutenant General and the Director of the Missile Defense Agency. What does MDA do, the Missile Defense Agency do? Oh, it just protects America from all incoming missiles? Huh, that's not important. That's what Missile Defense Agency does. Major General Heather Collins, U.S. Air Force, needs to be promoted to be the head of the MDA. So in Alaska, we call ourselves the cornerstone of missile defense. All the ground-based missile interceptors that protect the whole country are in Alaska, Fort Greely. All the radar systems that essentially can track anything coming from North Korea, Iran, it's all in Alaska. We protect everywhere. Iowa, Alabama, Rhode Island, Florida. That's Alaska. Protect the whole darn nation. Our great warriors up there. And Missile Defense Agency is in charge of overseeing all that. So, pretty darn important, especially with Iran wanting to lob missiles all over the world. Let's talk about Major General Heather Collins. Again, 30-year Air Force career. Served as a program executive officer for fighters and bombers, system program director for the Ground-Based Strategic Deterrent Program, deputy director for Infrared Space Systems Directorate, and the Remote Sensing Systems Directorate, and commander, Space-Based Infrared System Space Squadron. Now, I'm not going to repeat what I just said, but she is obviously incredibly smart. Think about all that she has commanded in the technological elements of her experience to protect America. Almost every bill that she's had has been about protecting America. She's perfectly qualified to be the director of the Missile Defense Agency. She recently served as the program executive for the Ground-Based Weapon Systems for Missile Defense Agency, Redstone Arsenal, Alabama. So good. She probably loves the Crimson Tide. Or maybe I should say Auburn. I don't want to get in trouble in that regard with my colleague here. So again, Madam President, America needs the director of missile defense. Like, hello? So let's do it. Let's do it right now. Here's the opportunity. Missile Defense Agency. Really, really important. My state knows a lot about it. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive calendar number 237. Heather A. Collins to be Lieutenant General and Director of the Missile Defense Agency. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Madam President,
The senator from Alabama.
I object.
The objection is heard.
Madam President. By the way, thank you, Madam President, for presiding tonight. It's important what we're doing, and we always need people. And on all the staff, it's getting a little late here, and so we appreciate it. This is important for our country. And, you know, maybe we're going to get a change of heart from my colleague at a certain point, because I'm going to turn now to the Navy. I got a bunch of nominations that relate to the Navy. Now, I've been very critical of the Biden administration. The president's budget the last 3 years has shrunk the Army, shrunk the Navy, shrunk the Marine Corps, right? That's the wrong message to send to Xi Jinping and Putin right now. But we do need these leaders here. And by the way, a lot of these leaders are frustrated with the Biden administration, but they're professionals, so they don't say anything. They're apolitical. They're not involved in this dispute that's riling up their promotions. But let me just talk about a really important member of the Navy. And I happen to know a lot about it since I serve on the Board of Visitors of the U.S. Naval Academy. This is the nomination of Yvette Davids to be Vice Admiral and Superintendent of the U.S. Naval Academy. Now, Madam President, as I mentioned, I've served on the board of the Naval Academy since I got here. One of the biggest honors of my life, because Senator McCain, Chairman of the Armed Services Committee, asked me to sit on that board in his stead. And he told me, Dan, I went there, my dad went there, my grandpa went there. This is really important to me. So I pretty much make every board meeting, I take it very seriously, and I will tell you this. This is one of the best, if not the best, sorry, my colleague from Rhode Island, military academy, but college in the United States. I mean, especially now that we're seeing, look, I went to Harvard. I'm so embarrassed by that place. I don't even like admitting it. What's happening right now on the campuses there, anti-Semitism, just weak leadership. The Naval Academy, our service academies are fantastic. They're not perfect, but they do such a great job. But they need leadership. And I've gotten to know the other Naval Academy superintendents, fantastic leaders. Right now we don't have one. Bill, it's empty. We have an acting. Actually, he's acting because he's getting ready to go to 7th Fleet. But my colleague from Alabama just didn't allow him to go to the 7th Fleet. So acting superintendent of the Navy, Naval Academy, should have been out of the 7th Fleet. Let's look at Yvette David's bio. So impressive. She's a Rear Admiral right now, 34 years in the Navy, commanded the USS Kurtz, deploying to the Western Pacific, the Arabian Gulf, in support of Operation Enduring Freedom and Iraqi Freedom, and the USS Bunker Hill, serving as the Air Defense Commander for the Carl Vinson Carrier Strike Group. Think how impressive this is. Her most recent operational assignment was commander of the Nimitz Strike Group. She was a commander of a carrier strike group in the Carrier Strike Group 11. That is the ultimate in American power. You can't teach that in 2 years. It takes 30 years. And she can go teach Naval Academy students right now, the next leaders of the Marine Corps and the United States Navy. And she's sitting on the bench. Her flag assignments include Senior Military Advisor, the Assistant Secretary of State for Political Military Affairs at the State Department, Carrier Strike Group Command, Chief of Staff, U.S. Southern Command, and the Director of the Navy's Learning to Action Board Drive Team. Rear Admiral Davids is currently the acting commander for Naval Surface Forces and Naval Surface Force for the U.S. Pacific Fleet. Incredible bio. The Naval Academy, and I know it because I'm on the board, We want her to get there. We certainly want her to get there in time for the Army-Navy games so the U.S. Naval Academy can beat Army badly. Sorry, my colleagues from the Army. Got to have a little fun here tonight. Madam President, let's do it right now. A voice vote for this great patriot. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive calendar number 192, Yvette M. Davids, to be Vice Admiral and Superintendent, U.S. Naval Academy. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
The senator from Alabama.
I object.
The objection is heard.
Madam President, let's continue with the Navy. Again, such an important service. They're all important, but in the big throwdown with China, we have to have a stronger Navy, a bigger Navy, a more lethal Navy. And this next nominee is going to be that person, Rear Admiral Brendan McLean, U.S. Navy, to be Vice Admiral and Commander, Naval Surface Forces Commander, Naval Surface Force, U.S. Pacific Fleet. What does that mean? That is the surface commander for all U.S. naval forces in the Indo-PACOM theater that would be in charge if we had a contingency with China. That's pretty darn important. So let's hear about Rear Admiral McLean's 33-year naval career. Again, are you noticing something, Madam President? It's 33, 34, 35. General Wilsbach, 38 years. Patriots. And now they're like, wait, why am I stuck? Why are they going after my career? Something I have nothing to do? It's wrong. We all know it's wrong. It is wrong. Rear Admiral McLean's 33-year naval career has served as the Commodore of Destroyer Squadron 50, huge deal, commanded Task Force 55 and Coalition Task Force 152, U.S. Fifth Fleet. Additionally, he served aboard the USS Lewis B. Puller, the USS Vicksburg, the USS Mossberger, Destroyer Squadron 14, USS Simpson. Geez, look at all these commands and deployments. While in command of the USS Kearney, his ship won the Battle E and Battle Battenberg Cup and deployed with the Eisenhower Carrier Strike Group to the U.S. Fifth Fleet. By the way, the Ike Carrier Strike Group is in the Middle East right now. In Major Command, he served as Commodore of Destroyer Squadron 50 and commanded Task Force 55 and Coalition Task Force 152, U.S. Fifth Fleet. Again, the Middle East. Most recently, Rear Admiral McLean served as the 60th Commander of Naval Surface Force Atlantic. Madam President, the amount of experience we are hearing tonight that we are not letting go fight and protect our nation makes you humbled, by the way, when you hear about all these great patriots, but it sure makes me frustrated. They're on the bench. But let's try and get them off the bench. We can confirm this nominee by voice vote right now. And therefore, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive calendar number 193, Brendan R. McLean, to be Vice Admiral and Commander, Naval Surface Forces Commander, Naval Surface Forces, U.S. Pacific Fleet. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
The senator from Alabama.
I object.
I'll do one more.
The objection is heard.
Madam President, I'm going to talk about one more Navy officer. We have a number to go. I'm going to do this quick. This is Christopher S. Gray, to be Vice Admiral and Commander of Navy Installations Command. He's got a great resume. 34-year Navy career. Rear Admiral Gray has been the commanding officer, Carrier Airborne Early Warning Squadron, before reporting as operations officer aboard the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower, where he conducted back-to-back deployments to the Arabian Gulf in support of Operation Enduring Freedom. At sea, Gray has served in operational assignments with Carrier Airborne Early Warning Squadrons and a flag aide to the commander, U.S. 2nd Fleet, Striking Fleet Atlantic. More recently, Rear Admiral Gray served as the commander of the Navy's Mid-Atlantic region on June 30th, 2020. Therefore, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive Calendar number 195, Christopher S. Gray, to be Vice Admiral and Commander, Navy Installations Command. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
President.
The senator from Alabama.
I object.
The objection is heard.
Madam President.
Wait. This,
Yes.
the senator from Rhode Island.
That my colleagues yield so that I could ask unanimous consent to prepare for tomorrow's session.
I yield the floor.
Thank you. Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session to consider the following nomination. Calendar 367, that the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. The motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table. That the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action and the Senate resume legislative session.
Is there objection? Without objection, the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of State, Hero Mustafa Garg of California to be ambassador to the Arab Republic of Egypt.
The questions on the nomination. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The nomination is confirmed.
Madam President, I have 7 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate that they have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Thursday, November 2nd. That following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and morning business be closed. That upon the conclusion of morning business, the Senate proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the Franchetti nomination. Further, that if any nominations are confirmed during Thursday's session, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
Madam President, no further business to come before the Senate. I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order following the remarks of my Republican colleagues.
Without objection.
Madam President, I yield the floor, and I yield back to the senator from Iowa. Thank you, ma'am.
Madam President.
The senator from Iowa.
Madam President, our next nomination is a fine officer serving in the United States Marine Corps Reserve. Our colleague from Alaska, Colonel Dan Sullivan, also serves in the United States Marine Corps Reserve. And I will read a little bit about this gentleman, and we will take an individual vote on the floor this evening. I am hoping, because this gentleman does deserve to be promoted and placed into his next position. So this gentleman is Major General Leonard F. Anderson IV, United States Marine Corps Reserve to be Lieutenant General and Commander of Marine Forces Reserves, Commander, Marine Forces South. So a little bit about the good general. The Major General most recently served as the Commanding General of the 4th Marine Aircraft Wing. And he does have some prior experience as well, serving as the Assistant Deputy Commandant for Plans, Policies, and Operations. But Major General Anderson also served in the Marine Aviation Logistics Squadron. So it's interesting that the executive calendar number for Major General Leonard F. Anderson is 248. And I also, not in the Marines, but I served in an aviation support battalion, which is a logistics battalion supporting aviation, the 248th Aviation Support Battalion. This gentleman has served in the Marine Aviation Logistics Squadron, and his experience has allowed him to support those men and women that are in the air. Similar to a circumstance we talked about prior with a pilot that provided close air support during combat. These are the guys and gals that keep those aircraft up, flying, fueled, maintained, ready to go. So this is an important position he's going into. It is the Marine Forces Reserve's Commander, Marine Forces South, and I am hoping that we will be able to take a vote on him this evening. So therefore, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive calendar number 248, Leonard F. Anderson IV, to be Lieutenant General and Commander, Marine Forces Reserves Commander, Marine Forces South. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
The senator from Alabama.
I object.
The objection is heard.
Okay, Madam President, we're just going to keep going. We've got quite a few exceptional men and women that are proud to defend our glorious nation. Many of them, again, have served in combat. We just came out of 20 years of the global war on terror, and we know what service is. Many of us know what service is. The presiding officer, your father, certainly knew what service was. So thank you very much for his service to our nation. So we will proceed to executive calendar number 262, Timothy Howe. And I apologize to the gentleman if I'm mispronouncing his name. It is H-A-U-G-H. He is a member of the United States Air Force, and he has been nominated to be the commander of U.S. Cyber Command and Director, National Security Agency. And at a time when we see many nations around the world using gray zone techniques to infiltrate various infrastructures in the United States of America and that of allied nations, we know how important Cyber Command is to protect not only our military assets, but then to track and push back against those foreign agents that are going after civilian infrastructure as well. So Lieutenant General Howe's 32-year career has been exemplary, and he has commanded intelligence and cyber commands at every level. As the commander of 16th Air Force, Air Force's Cyber and Joint Force Headquarters Cyber, where he was responsible for more than 44,000 personnel conducting worldwide operations. So the Lieutenant General most recently served as the Deputy Commander of U.S. Cyber Command. And anyone if they are paying attention, understands how important Cyber Command is. And again, the Lieutenant General has served as the Deputy Commander of U.S. Cyber Command. We would love to see him confirmed this very evening with a single vote into the position of Commander, U.S. Cyber Command and Director of the National Security Agency. Extremely important position. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive Calendar number 262, Timothy D. Howe, to be Commander, U.S. Cyber Command, and Director of our National Security Agency. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Alabama.
I object.
Objection is heard.
Okay, Mr. President, our next nominee as well is hoping to be confirmed this evening again by an individual vote on the floor of the United States Senate, just as my colleague has asked, has demanded. My colleagues and I this evening are attempting to satisfy that demand for single votes on the floor of the United States Senate. We are providing that avenue of opportunity this evening and hoping that we will see the confirmation of some of America's finest fighting men and women who had absolutely nothing to do with the policy that has been proposed by Secretary Lloyd Austin. So in front of us, we have Major General Charles D. Costanza. He is a member of the United States Army. He is being nominated as Lieutenant General and Commanding General of 5th Corps. Over Major General Costanza's 32-year career, again, another plus 30 years of experience, decorations during war. He has served as the Commanding General of the 3rd Infantry Division, the Deputy Chief of Staff for United States Army Forces Command, and the Director of Training for the Office of the Deputy Chief of Staff. Major General Costanza's deployments include to Iraq in support of Operation Inherent Resolve. Major General Costanza has most recently served as Special Assistant to the Commanding General, United States Army Forces Command. So once again, an individual vote on the floor of the United States Senate. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination of this fine individual. Executive Calendar number 290, Charles D. Costanza, to be Lieutenant General and Commanding General, 5th Corps, that the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The Senator from Alabama.
I object.
Objection is heard.
Okay, we will move on to the next conferee, and we will bring to the table now number 291, James H. Adams III, to be Lieutenant General. And this is a fellow Marine. Okay, fellow Marine, to my good friend and colleague, Colonel Dan Sullivan, Senator Sullivan of Alaska. We have Major General James H. Adams III to be Lieutenant General and Deputy Commandant for Programs and Resources Headquarters of U.S. Marine Corps. So Brigadier General Hansen has most recently served as the mobilization assistant to the Director of Operations for Air Combat Command. So a number of us that serve in the Senate have worn the uniform of our nation and have deployed, and we understand how important these activities are, especially when you've got a good friend at mobilization and operations for Air Combat Command. So through the mobilization process, there's a lot of logistics there moving folks around. So we know that Brigadier General Hansen is very well qualified to move into this position at Programs and Resources at the headquarters of U.S. Marine Corps. So he served in numerous positions at the squadron, the group, wing, and numbered Air Force and combatant command levels as an active duty and traditional reservist and individual mobility augmentee member. General Hansen has flown the A-10 and F-16 in a variety of operational assignments and is a command pilot with more than 3,400 flying hours and over 200 combat hours. He is deployed in support of Operations Desert Storm, Southern Watch, Noble Eagle, Willing Spirit, and Enduring Freedom. Mr. President, I bring forward to you for an individual vote on the floor of the United States Senate as requested by my colleague. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive Calendar number 291, James H. Adams III to be Lieutenant General, that the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President to be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The Senator from Alabama.
Object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Alaska.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's good to see you in the chair. Appreciate you being here. Mr. President, several of my nominations that I've been trying to get my colleague to agree with, again, still hasn't answered the quote that if they want to vote on these nominees one at a time, I'm all for it. I will probably vote for them. Still haven't answered that. We're doing it. We're doing it. This is not a joke either. Like, you're just watching experience of America's greatest military generation, probably since World War II, just kind of flushing down a river. Right now, just listen to this. Now, the one thing that's really disturbing to me is how many of these nominees are from the U.S. Navy. My dad was in the Navy. I love the U.S. Navy. But we know that the Navy right now is being stressed. The President sent 2 carrier strike groups over the Middle East. We need carrier strike groups in Indo-PACOM. President Biden, and I criticize him a lot for this, shrinking the Navy. That's idiotic. But our Navy officers and enlisted are going through a really stressful period because they are needed all over the world, and they are ready or trying to be ready for any kind of contingency. And it's tough to do a 9-month deployment and then come around, do the maintenance, and get back at it. But, Mr. President, what I've been noticing is how many of these holds are impacting the Navy. I'm going to go through like 5 more right now. I just did 5. Like, if we want to be a global, capable, powerful nation, especially today, you need a strong U.S. Navy. And the idea of reading these military members' experiences and how there's this big jam up now that this is not impacting readiness is patently absurd. Patently absurd. With all due respect to my colleague. So let's just keep talking about the Navy and the men and women in the Navy and the great experience that they have, but we need a lot of help in the Navy right now. And we got the Senate making leaders in the Navy sit on the bench. So let's talk about some of these leaders, and maybe my colleague will budge. Let's talk about James E. Pitts, to be Vice Admiral and Deputy Chief of Naval Operations for Warfighting Requirements and Capabilities, Office of the Chief of Naval Operations. Rear Admiral Pitts, 38-year career in the Navy. There you go, 38 years. Let's sit him on the bench during this really difficult time. Includes extensive, numerous deployments on nuclear attack submarines. You think we need that experience in the South China Sea right now? That is one of our great strategic advantages over the Chinese. Notably as the commander of USS Tucson in the Submarine Squadron 7, and a number of shore assignments in the Office of the Chief of Naval Operations, Naval Submarine School, and the Joint Staff. So we have one of America's top naval submarine experienced admirals, which is exactly what Xi Jinping and the Chinese fear. And he's sitting on a bench over a dispute, which is a serious dispute. I don't deny that at all. Again, I'm where the senator from Alabama is on that. But these guys have nothing to do with it. All we're doing is hurting our own national security by keeping them on the bench. So, Mr. President, let's get him confirmed right now. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive calendar number 197, James E. Pitts, to be Vice Admiral and Deputy Chief of Naval Operations for Warfighting Requirements and Capabilities, Office of the Chief of Naval Operations. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Alabama.
Object.
Objection is heard.
Here we go again. More Navy. Now, like I said, the Navy's stressed, but we do have a great Navy. God love the U.S. Navy. And our submarine force, like I said, keeps Xi Jinping and his communist dictator admirals up at night. And it should, because we could crush them with our Navy, as long as it's ready. So, as long as it's ready. Well, let's see what we have next. Who we're holding up next? Rear Admiral Robert Goucher, U.S. Navy, to be Vice Admiral and Commander, Naval Submarine Forces Commander, Submarine Force, United States Atlantic Fleet, Commander of Allied Submarine Command. Sounds like a pretty darn important billet if you think subs are important, which they are critical. Let's hear about Admiral Goucher. He is currently Director of Strategic Integration, the N2, the Office of the Chief of Naval Operations. Admiral Goucher's prior operational assignments include service in both fast attack and ballistic missile subs. Who has that experience? No one else in the whole world but our admirals, including service as a division officer, USS Flying Fish, SSN 673, navigator operations officer, USS Oklahoma City, SSN 723, executive officer, USS Maryland, commanding officer, USS City of Corpus Christi, and Commodore Submarine Development Squadron 5. Mr. President, I certainly hope that this isn't one of these admirals who's going to be like, you know what, 35 years, I got all this experience, I'm sick of this, I'm leaving. Could you imagine if this admiral with this submarine experience walked out the door because the game's being played right now? That's a risk. That is a risk. And we don't seem to give a damn. I give a damn. During these tours, he completed 3 strategic deterrent patrols in U.S. submarines, as well as deployments to the Arctic, my neighborhood, the Caribbean, North Atlantic, and the Mediterranean. This is incredible submarine experience. By the way, Xi Jinping is watching this right now going, I can't believe they're not letting these guys command. I'm scared to death of subs. He's loving this. So is Putin. They're loving it. How dumb can we be, man? But we can confirm this guy if my colleague just has a change of heart, because we're going to bring him up individually. So therefore, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive calendar number 204, Robert M. Goucher, to be Vice Admiral and Commander, Naval Submarine Forces Commander, Submarine Force, United States Atlantic Fleet, and Commander, Allied Submarine Command. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Alabama.
I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President, we're going to continue with the U.S. Navy. And again, I just thought of this. The Chinese admirals and their military, they're probably watching this debate right now going, I can't believe my luck. I can't believe our luck. Maybe we should attack Taiwan tomorrow. The whole Navy is being held up. So let's go to another Navy officer. This is Daniel W. Dwyer, to be Vice Admiral and Deputy Chief of Naval Operations for War Fighting Development, Office of the Chief of Naval Operations. Okay, we've had a lot of good bios here tonight, Mr. President, with a lot of experience. When I saw Vice Admiral Dwyer's experience, I was like, wow. This should scare the heck out of every Chinese admiral, every Chinese military official when they read this guy's bio. So let me read it. And I hope we can get him confirmed, because he's sitting on the bench and the Chinese are cheering over Vice Admiral Dwyer's 35-year naval career. There we go, 35 years, 40 years. He has commanded Strike Fighter Squadron VFA 27, Provincial Reconstruction Team, Kunar Province, Afghanistan, Fleet Replacement Squadron VFA 106, Carrier Air Wing 8, Carrier Air Wing 17. As a flag officer, that means as an admiral, Admiral Dwyer commanded the Theodore Roosevelt Carrier Strike Group, the big stick that every country in the world, including China, fears. He commanded the Teddy Roosevelt Carrier Strike Group. That is unbelievable experience. And was the 36th Chief of Naval Air Training. Vice Admiral Dwyer is a career FA-18 naval aviator, a graduate of Navy Fighter Weapons School, aka Top Gun, in which he completed 8 carrier deployments to the Western Pacific, North Atlantic, Mediterranean, and North Arabian Sea, supporting Operations Southern Watch, Iraqi Freedom, Enduring Freedom, and New Dawn, flying over 75 combat missions. Vice Admiral Dwyer was most recently the commander of the 2nd Fleet and Joint Forces Command. Xi Jinping reads about a guy like this, and he's scared to death. And we bench him. Over a dispute Vice Admiral Dwyer has nothing to do with. But maybe we can fix that right now. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive calendar number 180, Daniel W. Dwyer, to be Vice Admiral and Deputy Chief of Naval Operations for Warfighting Development, Office of the Chief of Naval Operations, so damn qualified. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Alabama.
I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President, here we go, crushing the Navy. Here's another Navy admiral that we're going to have him sit on the bench. This is kind of remarkable. I mean, we're going to get to about 60 of these tonight. The experience here is unbelievable, but the U.S. Navy is really being hurt by this. And we need a strong Navy. And again, the Chinese are like, they're watching it, I guarantee you. Hello, guys. And they're like, gosh, I can't believe how dumb these guys are. So let's keep talking about who we're going to bench now. This is Douglas G. Perry to be Vice Admiral and Commander, 2nd Fleet, Commander, Joint Forces Command, Norfolk. Let's look at Rear Admiral Perry's incredibly impressive career, over 30 years. Began his career serving as a Sea Division officer, Navy diver aboard USS Pittsburgh, SSN 720, executive officer, operations officer aboard submarine NR-1, and executive officer of USS Maine. These are all subs. Another great admiral with great submarine experience. Just what keeps the Chinese up at night. And we're going to bench him. That's SSBN 741. His deployment experiences span the Caribbean and Mediterranean, Gulf of Mexico, Atlantic, and Pacific, essentially the whole world. He's commanding officer of the USS Pasadena, SSN 752. He led the ship on highly successful deployments to the Eastern and Western Pacific. Again, that's a sub. Perry has served as commander, Submarine Development Squadron 5, where he led submarine force development of unmanned systems and tactics and employment, and commanded the Navy's squadron of Seawolf class fast attack subs. These guys are all submariners, and the Chinese are scared to death of them, and we're benching them. What are we doing? Most recently, Perry served as Director, Undersea Warfare Division of the Office of the Chief of Naval Operations. Another great submariner, keeps Xi Jinping up at night, and we're not going to let him get confirmed. But maybe we will. So, Mr. President, as my colleague has asked, we are bringing individual votes. Still hasn't answered the question why he's not doing what he said he was going to do. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive calendar number 205, Douglas G. Perry to be Vice Admiral and Commander, 2nd Fleet, and Commander, Joint Forces Command, Norfolk. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
Senator from Alabama.
I object.
Mr. President, I have one more before I turn over to my colleague from Iowa, joint operation here. And the only reason I'm doing it one more is because, guess what? Another Navy officer. Another Navy officer. Chinese are like, man, I can't believe it. We've been wanting to take out the U.S. Navy for decades, and the U.S. Senate's doing it right now. So, what do we have here? Another Vice Admiral. Vice Admiral Craig Clapperton, U.S. Navy to be Vice Admiral and Commander, Fleet Cyber Command, 10th Fleet Commander, Navy Space Command. Boy, oh boy. He's had almost 35 years in the U.S. Navy. He has commanded the Shadowhawks of VAQ 141, the U.S. 6th Fleet, and the NATO command ship USS Mount Whitney. USS Theodore Roosevelt, that's a carrier strike group 12. These guys are incredible. As an American, it makes you almost want to weep how great they are. Listen to this career. During his command tours and his ship and squadron tours, he supported Operation Iraqi Freedom, Enduring Freedom, New Dawn, Inherent Resolve, and operated in the Baltic, Black Sea, Mediterranean Seas, Atlantic, Indian Oceans, and Pacific Oceans. Some of the best naval officers in America, certainly right here tonight. And the Chinese are scared to death of vice admirals like this. And we're going to let them sit on the bench. But maybe not. So we can confirm them right now by voice vote, individual voice vote, which is what our colleague has asked for. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive Calendar number 138, Craig A. Clapperton, to be Vice Admiral and Commander, Fleet Cyber Command, Commander, 10th Fleet Commander, Navy Space Command. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Alabama.
I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
From Iowa.
So I'm going to pick up where my colleague is leaving off. We'll keep on with the Space Force theme as we go forward here. So I'm bringing forward another really fantastic nominee, and this is Major General Douglas A. Scheiss. And I apologize again if I am getting these names wrong, but heck, maybe we'll get them confirmed tonight and we won't have to read it again on the floor of the United States Senate. So, Major General Douglas A. Scheiss, United States Space Force, to be Lieutenant General and Commander, U.S. Space Forces, Space Combined Joint Force Space Component Commander. Again, serving in a joint force, just as Senator Sullivan and I are operating as a joint force here on the floor of the United States Senate. But we've got another really great nominee with a lot of years of service to this incredible country. He has a 31-year career, and we've heard a lot of these guys. They're 30 plus. We've seen some lower officers just being promoted to brigadier general, but let me tell you, these men and women that have over 30 years of service are to be commended. And as my colleague from Alaska said, they've been put on the bench. I would think that we would want the players with the most experience, the most finesse, the means to get a job done. I think we would want them in the game. So Major General Douglas Scheiss, he's got that 31-year career. He's commanded 4th Space Operations Squadron. He has been with the 45th Operations Group, the 21st Space Wing, and the 45th Space Wing. He deployed to Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar in support of Operations Enduring Freedom, Resolute Support, and Inherent Resolve. So most recently, he served as the Vice Commander for Space Operations Command, U.S. Space Force. Those that have paid attention in the last handful of years as we have developed our United States Space Force understand that this is a very important domain moving forward. So not only do we have land, sea, and air, now we have space as well. So I am very hopeful that we will move forward on this nomination. Again, 31 years of honorable service. He certainly deserves to be placed in this position of authority, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive Calendar number 392, Douglas A. Scheiss, to be Lieutenant General and Commander, U.S. Space Forces, Space Combined Joint Force Space Component Commander. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Alabama.
I object.
Objection is heard.
Okay, we will move on to the next individual vote as requested by my colleague from Alabama. Here we are moving on the floor of the United States Senate. Glad to be joined by a number of colleagues in the chamber this evening to support our men and women in uniform. And I do want to make the point, because we continue to talk about these incredible nominees, their service to our nation during times of war and times of peace. I do want to bring it back to the reason that we are here. It is because of the abhorrent policy that has been put into our Department of Defense by a political nominee, Secretary Lloyd Austin. He is the civilian in charge of the Department of Defense. And again, it is about an abortion policy that has been placed in the Department of Defense. And I will remind everyone once again that I am a pro-life woman. I am also a veteran, and a combat veteran at that. I do believe in protecting innocent life. I will continue to fight for innocent life. It was my amendment that was taken up in the Armed Services Committee earlier this year as we debated this policy during the debate on the National Defense Authorization Act. I have been a pro-life leader for well on over 30 years now, since I was a young woman, going through Iowa State University, making my career in the civilian workforce, then going into the Iowa Senate, where I was a proud defender of life, and now into the United States Senate, where I continue to fight for life in ways that make sense. We have civilian nominees that can be held responsible for this very, very bad policy at the Department of Defense. The men and women that are being brought forward tonight by Senator Dan Sullivan, by Senator Todd Young, by Senator Lindsey Graham, and myself, they have nothing to do with the DOD abortion policy. Nothing to do with the DOD abortion policy. I have joined in life marches. I have given life speeches. I have objected to the practice of abortion, late-term abortion, in western Iowa, in Council Bluffs. I have done this, as I said, for 3 decades. 3 decades. I challenge anybody in this chamber to be more pro-life than I am, or more military than I am. I have served and I have borne a child. So, our next nominee is Michael Gutlein. He is a Lieutenant General, United States Space Force, to be General and Vice Chief of Space Operations. Another incredible individual, a 32-year career. He also has served in command, leadership positions at the Flight, Squadron, Division, Directorate, Program Executive Officer, and Field Command levels. Lieutenant General Gutlein's commands include the Director of Remote Sensing Systems and the Commander for the Rapid Reaction Squadron. Lieutenant General Gutlein most recently served as the Commander of Space Systems Command. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive Calendar number 292, Michael A. Gutlein, to be General and Vice Chief of Space Operations. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Alabama.
Object.
Objection is heard.
Okay, we will continue again with the U.S. Space Force's theme. We have another gentleman, Lieutenant General Stephen N. Whiting of United States Space Force, to be General and Commander of U.S. Space Command. Again, very, very important position to have. As we are working in the gray zone areas, we need to know that our space assets are protected. And we have the right man for the job. So this is Lieutenant General Stephen N. Whiting. He has a 34-year career. As a space operations officer, he has commanded the 13th Space Warning Squadron, the 614th Air and Space Operations Center and Joint Space Operations Center, the 21st Space Wing, and the Combined Force Space Component Command of the 14th Air Force. Lieutenant General Whiting most recently served as the commander of Space Operations Command. Again, a gentleman who has absolutely nothing to do with DOD abortion policy, a man who has honorably served his country in uniform for 34 years. We are probably going to see and witness the backbenching of Lieutenant General Stephen N. Whiting this evening, but as my colleague from Alaska says, maybe not. Maybe we will see a man of honor step forward and voice vote on the confirmation of this general officer by allowing us to move forward individually as requested on votes on the floor of the United States Senate. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive Calendar number 328, Lieutenant General Stephen N. Whiting, United States Space Force, to be General and Commander, U.S. Space Command. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Alabama.
I object.
Objection is heard.
Okay, this one hits home. It's another nominee from the Navy. Okay, I'm Army, but I love my Navy brothers and sisters. I love them all. This one is a Navy sister. This is Executive Calendar number 347, Heidi K. Berg, to be Rear Admiral. Rear Admiral, lower half, Heidi K. Berg. She has, and as I was reading through these nominees, this struck me because she has an over 30-year career. Now, I know because I was commissioned over 30 years ago, and I know what a difficult climb it has been for women that were entering into the United States Armed Services at that time. Those women that entered 70s, 80s, 90s, they were trailblazers. They increasingly were put into positions of authority. And this Rear Admiral, Heidi Berg, has commanded in some very significant positions. She has commanded the Navy Information Operations Command in Bahrain, the Navy element of the Defense Intelligence Agency, and the Joint Military Intelligence Training Center. Rear Admiral Berg's operational tours include Navy Security Group activity in Rota, Spain, where Berg flew over 1,000 hours as a communications intercept evaluator on board EP-3E aircraft in support of operations Provide Promise, Sharp Guard, aboard the USS La Salle in Italy, and as director of the International Security Assistance Force, Red Team, at ISAF headquarters in Kabul, Afghanistan. Most recently, Rear Admiral Berg served as the Assistant Deputy Chief of Naval Operations for Operations Plans and Strategy. And again, we've had a number of women that have been brought up this evening in this debate, many of them having decades plus experience. And I can tell you that women that were commissioned and have served over these last number of decades, they are to be commended. They have broken down barriers and allowed other women to see her and be her. So for you, Admiral Heidi K. Berg, I commend you and I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive Calendar number 347, Heidi K. Berg, to be Rear Admiral. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Alabama.
I object.
Objection is heard.
And there's another one that, as I said, if you can see her, you can be her. Unfortunately, young ladies won't see her, at least for a while. Mr. President, I have a couple here more before I turn it back over to my colleague from Alaska. We're on a Navy theme again. So we have in front of us Michael T. Spencer to be Rear Admiral Lower Half. He is a Navy 06, a captain in the Navy, to be Rear Admiral Lower Half. Captain Spencer's 30-year naval career has been exemplary. He has commanded VFA 102 and CVW 11 and served in leadership positions for Fighter Squadron VF 211 Carrier Air Wing CVW 1 and VFA 213. His deployments include aboard the USS Nimitz, USS John C. Stennis, the USS Enterprise, the USS Theodore Roosevelt, and USS George Washington, and again, most recently, on the USS Nimitz. So again, an admiral career. We are bringing him up for an individual vote on the United States Senate floor as requested by my colleague from Alabama. So we'll try once again. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive Calendar number 327, Michael T. Spencer, to be Rear Admiral Lower Half, that the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Alabama.
I object.
Objection is heard.
Okay, another one that I have known for a number of years now. This one is in the United States Army. And I'm very proud to be able to bring forward this nomination this evening. Again, an individual vote on the floor of the United States Senate, as asked by our colleague from Alabama. I hope that we can get this one over the finish line tonight. So this nominee is Executive Calendar number 390. It is Douglas A. Sims II, and he has been nominated to be Lieutenant General and Director of the Joint Staff. We have brought up so many incredible individuals this evening, all of them incredibly important positions. Now, if you're familiar in the military, we do have a joint staff. And as the director, this gentleman would be making sure that that joint staff operated seamlessly. Things just don't happen in the military, especially when you don't have the right leadership in the right positions. So we have Lieutenant General Sims. He has a 32-year career. He has served as the commanding general of the 1st Infantry Division, the Deputy Director for Regional Operations and Force Management, and the Deputy Commanding General for Operation Freedom Sentinel in Afghanistan. Let me say that again. The Deputy Commanding General for Operation Freedom Sentinel in Afghanistan. The weight of his authority. Lieutenant General Sims has completed 3 deployments to Afghanistan and 2 to Iraq. Most recently, Lieutenant General Sims, an exemplary man serving in the United States Army, served as the Director for Operations of the Joint Staff J3. Mr. President, we're going to try again. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive Calendar number 390, Douglas A. Sims II, to be Lieutenant General and Director, Joint Staff, and that the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Alabama.
I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I just want to comment on my colleague here, Joint Forces, Marine Corps, Army operation. But Senator Ernst was talking, she's being very humble. She is such a strong leader on pro-life issues in the Senate and such a strong voice. And I just wanted to really commend her on that. We had Senator Graham here before. I'm proud of my strong record on pro-life issues. I care deeply about it. Ironically, I mean, of course we don't know, but I guarantee you, both of us know in the military so well, that these 380 officers and their families are, I'm sure not all, but probably many, many, many have very similar strong views on that important issue. And it's ironic that somehow they're being caught up in this. When you think about it, I'm sure it's really bitter for them. But it's not just pro-life, it's pro-military views that we have here. And it's not just words, right? A lot of people just say words, oh, I support the troops. No, we've lived it. That's why we're here. It's 10 at night. That's why we've been on the floor for 4 hours. We've lived it, and we've seen the heroes we're talking about today. And we've seen their families. When you join the military, I always tell my wife and 3 daughters, you know, whether you're wearing a uniform or not, you're serving. And sometimes, in my view, a lot of times, it's harder for the spouse and the kids who are home when you have deployments, and they're caught up in all this. We haven't even talked about them. They are caught up, thousands of them. Thousands of them. And there's polling out right now that's showing that the kids of military families, who are really the big pipeline into continuing recruiting and people wanting to join the service, that the numbers are declining dramatically, where they're saying, you know what, I don't think I want to do what mom and dad did. I think I'm going to not do that. Those numbers are declining, and this ain't helping. This isn't helping. And I'll say another thing in terms of, you know, officers who are dealing. I talked to some, again, my grade, I'm a senior colonel. I talked to some brigadier generals very recently who are in the Middle East, some of whom are caught up in this. Guess what they're doing right now? They're putting on flags. They're putting on helmets. They're taking incoming, right? Just read the paper. And they literally said to me, we can't believe that we're like taking incoming again for our country, and this is happening. There's real bitterness, Mr. President. We better wake up. There's a recruiting retention problem, and we better wake up to the fact that this is not helping it. Again, my colleague, oh, no readiness problems. That's such baloney. Baloney. And everybody knows it. Spend one day in the military, you know it. Really makes me frustrated. Really frustrated. Yeah, guys taking incoming right now, caught up in this. I've talked to them. It's just not right. It's not right. We all know it. We all know it. Okay, Mr. President, let's continue on. Another important promotion, a Major General in the U.S. Army, David Isaacson, to be Lieutenant General and Director for Command, Control, Comms, Computer, and Cyber, Chief Information Officer, J6, for the U.S. Army. By the way, that's another theme. Subs, Navy, and a lot of cyber. A lot of cyber, which is the new gray area warfare, as Senator Ernst mentioned, and we're keeping our cyber leaders on the bench. So let's hear about Major General Isaacson's 35-year career in the U.S. Army. He has served as Deputy Commanding General of Army Network Enterprise Technology Command. Thank God for smart officers like that. The Deputy Chief of Staff for the G6 of the Army, Director of Network Services and Strategy for the Department of the Army. Major General Isaacson has multiple operational deployments, including Operation Just Cause in Panama, Desert Shield, Desert Storm in Saudi Arabia and Iraq, Uphold Democracy in Haiti, several tours in Iraq and Afghanistan, supporting the global war on terror and overseas contingencies. Major General Isaacson most recently served as the Director of Manpower Personnel for the Joint Chiefs. Incredible experience right here. So let's move them. Let's move them. We're going to do a voice vote. My colleague wanted voice votes on individuals. Still hasn't answered the question why he's objecting to everything. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive calendar number 391, David T. Isaacson to be Lieutenant General and Director for Command, Control, Communications, Computer, Cyber, and Chief Information Officer, J6 Joint Staff. That, I misstated earlier. That's not just for the Army, that's for the J6. That's for the Joint Staff of the U.S. military. Wow, really important. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Alabama.
I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President, we haven't had a Marine in a while. I love the Marine Corps. It's not the big service, though, so we haven't had as many Marines. But I will tell you this. This Colonel, Kelvin Galman, to be a Brigadier General in the United States Marine Corps, he's certainly not a paper pusher. He's not some woke guy. He's a warrior. He's a warrior. Let's read about Colonel Galman. 29 years in the U.S. Marine Corps. He served as the commanding officer, Marine Corps, Marine Air Group 26, MAG 26, Personnel Support Detachment, Marine Tilt Rotor Squadron, VMM 261, those are Ospreys, Marine Aviation and Weapons Tactics Squadron, MAWTS 1. Colonel Galman has several deployments in support of combat operations in Iraq and Afghanistan. Here we go, another Marine hero. Another Marine hero. By the way, he has nothing to do with this. Nothing. He sacrificed. I'm going to read what he did. And we're saying, oh, these guys aren't the warriors? Like, what? Who the hell's saying that? Colonel Galman received the Air Medal with a Combat Distinguishing Device for heroic achievement in connection with operations against the enemy as a pilot of a CH-46E Sea Knight helicopter while attached to Marine Air Group 16, 3rd Marine Aircraft Wing, 1st Marine Expeditionary Force on 1 April 2003 in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom, while providing assault support under direct enemy fire for the United States Army 1st Ranger Battalion's daunting quest to rescue a U.S. Army prisoner of war from the Saddam Hussein Hospital in Al-Nasiriyah, Iraq, in the recovery of 9 U.S. casualties previously killed in action. This mission served as one of history's most daring and successful prisoner of war rescues. Do I need to read that again for anybody? Pure courage, pure heroism. And what's happening here? This colonel needs to be promoted to brigadier general in the Marine Corps. By the way, really hard to do in the Marines. Not many brigadier generals. Heroic actions, combat distinguishing device, flying a helicopter, I guarantee you the opposite night. He recovered 9 U.S. casualties previously killed in action. He went and got dead Americans so they wouldn't be left in the desert of Iraq. And this body's holding him. Come on. Whatever you think about this issue, and we all agree, we agree with the senator from Alabama, this is not the guy to make a point with. Flying in at night, recovering POWs and dead Americans, heroic actions. In the U.S. Senate's responses, thank you very much, you're not going anywhere, we're going to punish you. Why? Because we can? Because we feel like it? What a bunch of baloney. So, let's try and at least get this guy promoted. Let's try and get the hero, Colonel Kevin Galman, United States Marine Corps, to be a brigadier general. Because he's not no woke paper pusher. I guarantee you that. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Colonel Kelvin W. Galman to be Brigadier General in the United States Marine Corps under Executive Calendar number 95. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Alabama.
I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President, let's move to the Air Force. And let's move for Scott L. Playas to be Lieutenant General and Director of Staff of the U.S. Air Force. As you know, Mr. President, being an Army man, West Point grad, Director of Staff of your service is one of the most important positions in your service. So let's look at Lieutenant General Scott Playas' remarkable career. 34 years in the Air Force. Lieutenant General Playas has included, his time in the Air Force has included serving as the Director of Air and Cyberspace Operations, as the Executive Officer to the Air Force Chief of Staff. Lieutenant General Playas is also a command pilot with more than 2,500 flying hours, with combat hours earned during Operations Desert Fox and Southern Watch. And most recently, Lieutenant General Playas served as the Deputy Commander for U.S. Forces Korea, all forces, not just Air Forces, and the Commander for the Air Component in United Nations Command in Korea. Again, phenomenal American patriot. 34 years. And he's being benched. at one of the most dangerous times since World War II. And this isn't hurting readiness? Come on. So, Mr. President, maybe we can get him confirmed. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive Calendar number 184, Scott L. Playas to be Lieutenant General and Director of Staff, United States Air Force. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Alabama.
Object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President, let's go back to our great United States Navy. Captain Craig Mattingly to be Rear Admiral Lower Half in the United States Navy. Let's look at Captain Mattingly's 28 career. He has led squadrons on deployment supporting EUCOM, AFRICOM, and CENTCOM areas of responsibility as commander of the multi-task force groups. He has commanded, his major command was Commodore Patrol and Reconnaissance Wing 11. During his tenure as Commodore, CPRW-11 supported global initiatives to include the inaugural Indo-PACOM deployments of the MQ-4 Charlie Triton unmanned aerial systems in the P-8 Poseidon Advanced Airborne Sensor, that's a sub-hunter, as well as the P-3C Littoral Surveillance Radar System. Captain Mattingly's most recent assignment was serving as Senior Military Advisor to the Secretary of the Navy. He is a naval aviator. He hunts subs, Russian and Chinese subs. How long has he been doing that? A little bit of experience here. Captain Mattingly, 3,900 flight hours in PC-3 Orions and P-8 Poseidon aircraft. If you're a sub and you're an enemy of America, this guy's tracked you. So again, subs. The Chinese are scared to death of P-8s. And we got one of the best P-8 pilots in America. And he's on the bench. And Xi Jinping and his communist dictator buddies are smiling. So, but maybe we can get him done with a voice vote. Because our colleague asked for individual votes, so I think we're almost at 60 individual votes right now. Great Americans. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Captain Craig T. Mattingly to be Rear Admiral Lower Half in the United States Navy under Executive Calendar number 97. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Alabama.
Object.
Objection is heard. Senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, let's go back to the importance. You're seeing some themes here. Navy, certainly. Boy, are we decimating the U.S. Navy. Decimating. Unbelievable. I'm just shocked at how many Navy admirals we're putting on the bench right now. Chinese are smiling. Whoa, are they smiling? But this is another theme tonight, Mr. President. And again, we didn't really plan it, Senator Ernst and I. It's just what's happening. We have a big military. Space ops. Cyber and space ops. That is another theme tonight. Really, really, really important area of warfare. Chinese and Russians are gaining on us. We have the best, though. So here's another one. David N. Miller to be Lieutenant General and Commander, Space Operations Command, United States Space Force. That is a really big, important billet. Major General David Miller has an over 30-year career where he has commanded at the squadron, group, and wing levels, including the 2nd Range Operations Squadron, 21st Operations Group, and the 460th Space Unit. Most recently, Major General Miller served as a Special Assistant to the Vice Chief of space operations. This is a hugely important billet to protect our entire country. He's got incredible background in this area, Mr. President. Space, cyber, missile defense. Those have all been brought up tonight and all shut down. Without explanation, by the way. We're bringing up individual votes. Still haven't heard why we're not going to allow those to move. But anyways, Mr. President, we can confirm this nomination right now by a voice vote, and therefore I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Executive Calendar number 351, David N. Miller, Jr., to be Lieutenant General and Commander, Space Operations Command, United States Space Force. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Alabama.
Object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President, we
Senator
have
from Iowa.
just a couple more to go as we wrap up the evening. We have been reading off these nominations as fast as our staff could get them to us, and I guarantee that my colleague, Senator Sullivan of Alaska, and I would go all night if we could. We won't keep you in the chair, Mr. President. But we have seen a number of really incredible human beings come in front of us. And before I move on these nominations, that's what I want all of us to remember. And for those that might be viewing this evening, those that will read through this tomorrow, I want them to understand that these are human beings. They are men and women that serve our country for all different reasons. You know, I can't speak for Colonel Dan Sullivan, but I know that when I decided as a young woman to serve my country, it was truly because I wanted to serve my country, because I believed that our country provided great opportunities for kids like me who came from nothing. I literally came from nothing in Southwest Iowa. I am the first in my family to graduate from a 4-year school. My brother did not have the opportunity to go to college. He went into the workforce. My sister has an associate's degree from a community college. My parents are both high school educated, and I'm blessed that they were high school educated. I had the great opportunity to attend an agricultural exchange while I was at Iowa State University. And that ag exchange took me to the USSR in 1989, to a place we now know as Ukraine. And after living on that collective farm with my Ukrainian brother and sister and their family, no running water, no refrigerator, no car, no telephone. The kids I lived with, they had never traveled off of the collective farm. After that experience and coming back to the United States, I understood that growing up on a tiny little farm in Southwest Iowa, that I was so very blessed to be an American. My country afforded me all kinds of opportunities, even though that I came from a family without means. I could do anything. And I tell you what, when I was that kid, that 19-year-old kid that had traveled to the Soviet Union and back, I can tell you that my grandparents at that time would have never believed that that little kid would grow up and become a United States Senator. But what I took from that experience was that I was blessed. Dan was blessed. Coach was blessed. I think all of us are blessed by virtue of our birth and our citizenship here in the United States. So it was that experience that led me into the United States Army ROTC program at Iowa State University, because I didn't come from wealth or means, but what I did have was my service. And I knew that I needed to give back to my country and protect the values that we all hold dear. And I do not question anyone that serves in this United States Senate. We are all sent here for a purpose. But I do know that many of these men and women that we have talked about tonight, they believe in their country as well. They are human beings. Many of them have backgrounds just as I do. They are flesh and blood, and they have chosen to wear the uniform and the flag of our United States. They have done that without any mental reservation. They have stepped forward to support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And they do it because they believe in our country. And it is really unfortunate that tonight these men and women have been denied their promotions. We have done the best that we can to honor the request of a fellow senator that these nominations be brought to the floor and voted on individually. And I really respect men of their word. I do not respect men who do not honor their word. We have brought forward nearly 60 nominees. Every one of them have been denied an opportunity to move forward. They have given more than most of us have. Certainly, they have given more than I have in this chamber. They have given more than Dan has given in this chamber. We talked about many that had over 30 years of honorable service, and we are punishing them for what all of us here believe to be a very bad policy at the Department of Defense, a policy that they have absolutely nothing to do with. There are 379 nominations as of the end of October, concerning 375 general and flag officers here in the Senate for consideration. Of the 375 officers, 362 are currently impacted by a blanket hold as they wait here on the Senate floor pending confirmation. We gave opportunity to nearly 60 of them this evening. These military families are in limbo. The families of 172 officers have been disrupted by these holds. Again, these are men and women. They have families that are being impacted. Their salaries are being impacted. Their retirements are being impacted. They had forced cancellations of coast-to-coast moves with homes that were sold. Many of them are now living in temporary housing and paying out of pocket for storage without any clarity about the length of time that they will be in this hold. Many of their children were disenrolled from current schools, and again, these are innocents. They are unable to re-enroll in school or enroll in a new school since they do not have a permanent address. And there were many spouses that had employments that were terminated. That's a kick in the seat. I was a military spouse. I understand how difficult it is doing those PCS moves from duty station to duty station because your country demands it, and having to start your life all over again. So I'm going to bring up these last two nominations, and maybe we'll see a result. Again, bringing the nominations individually to the floor of the United States Senate to be voted on. I anticipated a man of his word would honor his word. We haven't heard an explanation, but I'll tell you, this was not time wasted tonight. I will do this all over again. I will do it all over again. I'm bringing forward now Captain Frederick C. Goldhammer to be Rear Admiral Lower Half in the United States Navy under Executive Calendar number 97. Captain Goldhammer has a 28-year career, actually over 28 years now, and he has held several command positions, including while deployed aboard USS Enterprise, USS Nimitz, and USS Eisenhower, supporting Operations Southern Watch, Joint Endeavor, Enduring Freedom, and Iraqi Freedom. Captain Goldhammer also completed individual augmentee assignments as an air planning officer for the Coalition Combat Air Operations Center in Saudi Arabia, liaison officer to the U.S. Army's 18th Airborne Corps in Afghanistan, and as a combat search and rescue watch officer for the U.S. Navy 5th Fleet staff in Bahrain. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Captain Frederick C. Goldhammer to be Rear Admiral Lower Half in the United States Navy under Executive Calendar number 97. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Alabama.
I object.
Objection is heard.
And our final nomination this evening. So I mentioned that I was a former military spouse, and Senator Sullivan had brought up the 1st Ranger Battalion. And those that have served around many of those in the Rangers, they understand that there is a stanza of the Ranger Creed that's never will I leave a fallen comrade to fall into the hands of the enemy. We've talked about those that have saved the lives of other men and women in uniform. We heard about the Marine that saved the life of many other men and women in uniform and went to retrieve those that have fallen so that they wouldn't forever be in the hands of the enemy. We've heard about women who led the way as well with their service and showing other young women that they could serve and do great things for the nation that has given them so much. We've heard so many stories about heroics in combat, V for Valor, Silver Star. We've heard brief resumes of warriors that we really can't go into on the floor of the United States Senate. Again, those of us that served understand why we can't do that. But these are people. They are human beings. They're flesh and blood. They have done everything they possibly can and given more than most for their country. Duty and honor, their service, sacrifice for this nation. And what is this body, this nation, doing to them? This will be remembered. It's a dark evening. This will be remembered. I want to thank them so much for their service to our country. We will continue pressing forward because we will not leave them to fall. We will not leave them to fall. So with that, I will turn the floor back over to my colleague. And thank you, Dan. Oh, excuse me. I haven't completed this final nomination. Oh, you have 3 more? Oh, we've got more. We could go all night, Dan. We've done it before. But I'm going to move on Colonel Kevin J. Merrill to be a Brigadier General in the United States Air Force. Colonel Kevin Merrill most recently served as the Deputy Director of Strategic Plans, Programs, and Requirements for Headquarters Air Force Reserve Command. Previously, Colonel Merrill was the Mobilization Assistant to the Director of Operations for the Air Force Special Operations Command, AFSOC. Colonel Merrill conducted around-the-clock HH-60G battlefield and medical evacuation for coalition forces during Operation Enduring Freedom. He most certainly did not leave a man behind. Led rescue operations in response to the aftermath of Hurricane Rita and provided a 24-hour combat search and rescue coverage for coalition assets during Operation Iraqi Freedom. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Colonel Kevin J. Merrill to be Brigadier General in the United States Air Force under Executive Calendar number 86. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
President.
The senator from Alabama.
I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, we have 3 more we're going to do. That'll be 61 tonight, and Senator Ernst and I know a lot of our other colleagues want to join us. We're going to keep coming down here. So let me get through these, Mr. President, and I'll have a few words to conclude, and I want to thank you, Mr. President, for staying late. I know you care about this issue as well. Air Force Reserves. This is Brigadier General Robert M. Blake, and he is being considered to be promoted to Major General in the United States Air Force. Again, incredible background. He is most recently served as the Mobilization Assistant to the Commander, Air Force Global Strike Command, Barksdale Air Force Base, Louisiana. He has flown the C-130 H-2 Hercules. He has assumed more than 4,500 flying hours in military aircraft, including combat sorties and tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. Brigadier General Blake flew 16 total missions, including 12 air refueling sorties, supporting C-5s and C-17s in Operation Enduring Freedom and Iraqi Freedom, and flew 10 missions in support of humanitarian relief operations for Operation Southern Watch and Enduring Freedom. Mr. President, again, a transport aviation pilot, credible. We look at these numbers like, oh, no big deal. 4,500 flying hours in military aircraft. It's an incredible experience for our military. So let's get him confirmed. Let's get him confirmed. By voice vote, right here, individual, as our colleague requested. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Brigadier General Robert M. Blake to be Major General in the United States Air Force under Executive Calendar number 88. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Alabama.
I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President, another heroic Air Force pilot with incredible experience. Let's just move on to Brigadier General Mitchell Hansen. And we're trying to get him confirmed to be Major General. By the way, Senator Graham made this point at the beginning. All of these military members went through their promotion board process. As we all know, the military is kind of an up or out organization, right? So to go just Brigadier General Hansen, from Brigadier General to Major General, 2-star General, that is really hard to do. These guys are the best, right? We just kind of take it for granted. Now, that's all done by the military selection boards, okay? They're picking their own, but we have to confirm it. So again, think about the frustration. I'm going to read about his background. That they've done all this, the boards have met, they said, these are our top people, we're going to keep promoting them. Normally, for the last 200 years, by the way, as stated earlier, this happens. There's a lot of holds. I put holds on. No one's ever done a blanket hold on every flag officer promotion for this long in the history of America. Let me repeat that. There's never been 1, 2, 3, 4-star generals and admirals, blanket hold, all of them. People have threatened it. They've done it for a couple weeks, but it's never been done for almost a year in the history of the United States of America. That's a fact. Let's contemplate that one. So, let's look at Brigadier General Hansen's background. He most recently served as mobilization assistant to the Director of Operations Air Combat Command. Brigadier General Hansen has served in numerous positions at the squadron, group, wing, and numbered Air Force. That's getting bigger, each unit. You know that, Mr. Chairman, but some people watching might not know. Brigadier General Hansen has served as a reservist, an individual mobilization augmentee, member on the reserve side of the military. He has flown the A-10, the F-16 in a variety of operational assignments, and as a command pilot with more than 3,400 hours. Again, just enormous experience. Flying over 200 combat hours. He has deployed in support of Operation Desert Storm, Southern Watch, Noble Eagle, Willing Spirit, Enduring Freedom. Brigadier General Hansen executed 20 close air support combat missions supporting NATO and international security assistance forces battling Taliban insurgent fighters in Afghanistan. He provided armed overwatch for dismounted infantry patrols. The grunts on the ground looking up. Oh my God, I got air cover. Thank God. Conducted convoy and helicopter escort and responded to U.S. platoons, U.S. infantry platoons on the ground receiving effective fire from an insurgent machine gun team. He employed 160 rounds of 30 Mike against the insurgent and killed them all. Killed them all. Saved American grunt lives on the ground. Another hero. Another hero. So we're going to put him on the bench. By the way, it's a great way to say thanks for your service, Brigadier General Hansen. We're going to just keep you in the icebox. Thanks for your service. Very heroic, but maybe my colleague will relent here. We're down to one more, so maybe it'll work. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Brigadier General Mitchell A. Hansen to be Major General in the United States Air Force under Executive Calendar number 88. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President immediately be notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Alabama.
I object.
Mr. President, the final one. It's a little ironic. I didn't mean it to be this way, but I'm proud of it. It's a U.S. Marine colonel. I'm a U.S. Marine colonel. These are my peer groups. To be Brigadier General under the United States Marine Corps. And let's read about Colonel Richard Joyce. To be Assistant Deputy Commandant for Aviation in the United States Marine Corps. Again, another heroic American. Colonel Joyce has deployed numerous times to Iraq and Afghanistan, served as the commanding officer of an attack squadron. He's a Cobra pilot, so that's attack helicopters, AH-1s. And is the director of the staff group for General Robert Neller when he was the 37th Commandant of the Marine Corps. Colonel Joyce received the Air Medal with a Combat Distinguishing Advice. That means heroism in combat. For heroic achievement while participating in aerial flight as an attack helicopter pilot of an AH-1, that's a Cobra, helicopter assigned to Marine Light Attached Squadron, Helicopter Squadron 169, deployed with Marine Air Group 40 in support of Operation Enduring Freedom on 22 May 2009. He was under direct fire from 3 different directions in enemy forces, effectively engaging his aircraft, incoming from 3 different directions. He placed precision fires on each of these enemy positions destroying them and providing direct relief to outnumbered friendly forces on the ground. Not a paper pusher, not a woke warrior, a real, true American hero, right here. And we're going to tell him, stay on the bench. Maybe not. This is the last one, Mr. President. Number 61 for the night. A Marine colonel to be promoted to brigadier general has nothing to do with this damn dispute on the floor here. Nothing. And somehow he's going to get caught up in this. By the way, these are the kind of guys I'm hearing about. These are my peer groups that they're saying, you know what? 7 deployments, tough on the wife and kids. I'm getting stuck in an issue that I have nothing to do with. I can't, you know what? I'm punching out. I'm punching out. So we're going to lose guys like this. We're going to lose guys like this. Chinese, Putin, Xi Jinping, they're going to be like, oh my God, I'm so scared of that, a Marine like this. He'd come over and kick the you-know-what out of the Chinese and Russians. And we're going to drive him out of the Marine Corps. Drive him out of the Marine Corps. But maybe not. Maybe my colleague will relent on this. Just last one, just out of good grace. Still haven't explained why all that you've said about not blocking a single vote, if you bring up nominees one at a time, I'm all for it. I'll probably vote for them. We just brought up 61, one at a time. Regular order. Come on. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the executive session for the consideration of the following nomination. Colonel Richard D. Joyce to be Brigadier General in the United States Marine Corps in Executive Calendar number 95. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The Senator from Alabama.
I object.
So, Mr. President, I'm just going to
Objection is
conclude. Disappointed. We're done here. We don't have any more for tonight. But I think this has been enlightening. Because what we've been able to do is, hopefully some people are watching in our great nation, is distill to the people of the country, look at how blessed we are to have these incredible Americans. Look at how blessed we are, how heroic they are. So my message to our generals and admirals who are being held up, hang in there. Hang in there. Some of us have your back. We have your back. We'll be coming here every night to try and get you guys confirmed. I've been very honored to be here with Senator Ernst on the floor. You know, and I will tell you, I think she and I both have a feeling that I think a lot of people have, but people who served mostly, just a love for our military families. You know, I'm coming up, just hit 30 years in the Marine Corps. The Indo-PACOM theater has been the bookends of my career. My first deployment was Indo-PACOM, Marine Amphibious Ready Group, Taiwan Strait, when the Chinese were threatening to invade Taiwan. We sent a Marine Amphibious Ready Group. I was on that as a young infantry officer. 2 carrier strike groups. And we went into Taiwan Strait and looked at the Chinese and said, not today, guys. Not today. Not today. U.S. Marine Corps is here. U.S. Navy's here. Don't even think about it. That was almost 27 years ago, and I'm out at Marine Forces Pacific Command. In between, have deployed as a staff officer to the Middle East, Afghanistan. But I think, like Senator Ernst, the biggest honor of my life has been serving and leading Marines. I have a lot of good friends in the Senate. I've met a lot of good people in the U.S. Senate. The best people I've ever met in my life, by far, it's not even close, are U.S. Marines. They're the best. And I think what's happening right now, you know, the Marine Corps' motto is Semper Fi, always faithful. And this body's not keeping faith with our military right now. It's not. And the military knows it. And they're frustrated. So many of these officers had 30 years or more of experience, thousands of years of experience, we're putting on hold. The distinct comparative advantages we have, say, for example, submarine forces in the Indo-Pacific theater that the Chinese fear. They fear it. We're putting that on hold. So I'm hopeful that my colleague who left, Senator Tuberville, can work with us. I've been working with him for months. This is just kind of a frustration moment, right? Enough. But I'm hopeful we can still work together. I'm hopeful we can find a way forward. The idea that I've been pitching to him, hey, let's lift the hold on the men and women who have nothing to do with this and put a hold on the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, who's in charge of the abortion issue, and he's a civilian. That's the way to use the hold, not to take out a Marine Corps Brigadier General who's a war hero. So I'm hopeful that we're going to make progress on that. We are facing a really dangerous period right now, Mr. President, as you know, as Senator Ernst knows. And we're impacting readiness, and we're definitely impacting morale, and that's readiness. So again, my colleagues saying, oh, don't worry, there's no problem, no readiness problems. No offense, but that's just ridiculous. And he knows it. We all know it. So we're going to keep working this. I'm honored to be here on the floor with Senator Ernst. Appreciate Mr. President, you sticking around. We're not done. And if you're a flag officer, one or two star, 3-star, 4-star general, we got your back. We're going to work this. We're going to work it.